Before we get started today, I wanted to show something off that I found out while I was doing some research for something. This amuses the hell out of me. So, what the hell? What the hell? Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we're on cat right now. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I just wanted to show something off. So you remember how we all talk about that one voice actress? You know, the one who voices Sindragosa, and like every female character in Wrath. And she always does this really terrible voice act, you know? I was just giving some negatives for her. Or rather, for her voice director. When I discovered something, because I'm looking up all the roles she voiced. Did you know she voices this guy? You can kind of tell if you listen to it. But that's her. I don't think I could convince him to do its other lines of dialogue. It's okay. He's got a loincloth. It's got a loincloth? I don't know. Well, so you'll hear one more thing. Anyways. Just wanted to share that really quick. So, you know, but when I hear about this thing, they mentioned it yesterday when we were doing Oldor. It was something called Wrathgate, I think? Something like that. I'm going to go ahead and say something in advance. Before we actually get in this. Jesus, why is this taking so long to load? I'm just hanging out around Dragonblight. God damn. Sorry. Anyways. So, yeah, obviously the battle for the Undercity doesn't exist anymore, and that sucks. Let's take a look at this really quick. So here we've got some Alliance fortifications, some Horde fortifications, and the two sides are working together to fight against the Scourge. If you follow the story throughout Vanilla, BC, and Wrath, there's a common, infrequent, but continuous trend of the Horde and Alliance working together more and more and more. Several players, myself included, sort of thought that they were still being stupid because we learned this lesson back in Warcraft 3, but that this is all leading to the two forces unifying up, and that there would be a whole thing about, you know, hey, we're together again. And we all thought that was the direction they were going with, right? In other words, we thought it was bad that it was going to be, you know, relearning a lesson we've already learned, but that was something we could accept, because at least it's getting to some good stuff. The reason I bring that up is because that happens a lot in fiction, especially in television shows. How many television shows have you ever watched where the main character is like, I need to learn a lesson, and then they do. And then several episodes later, it's like, hey, I need to learn a lesson. And then they do. It's the same concept, right? So that's what we were expecting.
King's honor, friend.
This commendation is only given to those who have gone above and beyond the call of duty in the name of the Alliance. I can count the number of times I've handed this out on one hand, and never has anyone been more deserving than you. Congratulations. Now let's look upon the Wrathgate. Does it look familiar? It should. That strange ore you found at the Winterguard mine is exactly what the Wrathgate is made from. We will find its weakness and expose it for all to see. First, though,
Go with honor, friend.
our assault against Angrathar has staggered the Scourge, but they remain unrelenting. From overhead, they send their frostworms to strafe the field of battle, making an advance on the gate itself impossible. The frostworm attacks must be stopped. Before we defile the bones of ancient dragons, we must gain permission from their queen.
For the Alliance.
Yeah, sure, I'll go talk to Alexstrasza. Yeah, by the way, the whole of Icecrown Citadel is made of Serenite, which, if you remember, Despite having finished Uldor, we still don't actually know what it is yet. Don't worry, we will, today, finally uncover what Serenite is and how it works. Now, I'm about to be edgy and do a mic drop here, okay? I need to get my contrarianism in for the day. I don't actually like the Wrathgate cinematic all that much. I think people put it up on a pedestal. Probably because it was the first cinematic of its type in the entire game. And that says everything, doesn't it? Like, it was the first of this type of cinematic in the game. So everyone's like, oh my god, the Wrathgate's the best cutscene in the whole game. And it's like, but... I wouldn't even put it in the top 10. You know? Maybe not even in the top 20. There's so much better than this. But it was the first.
What is it you seek?
You've come seeking my counsel, mortal. This I know, but you know what it is that you face? North of here are the dying grounds of Icecrown, progenitor of dragonkind. It is from Icecrown the Titans created the aspects. Imagine then the power of Icecrown. His size alone was greater than all the aspects combined. Now attempt to understand what the Scourge do in the Dragonblight. Frostworms should be the least of your concerns.
The balance must be maintained.
Atop the wicked coil, the Grand Necrolord of the Scourge, Antioch, really, sits upon the shoulders of the reconstructed Storm Giant Lord Thiassi. From there he commands the armies of the undead to work day and night to unearth Galakrond's massive bones. Should they succeed in raising Galakrond, all your efforts will have been for naught. While I cannot call down the full fury of the Red Dragonflight to assist you in your journey, I will grant you my blessing.
From pain we draw strength.
Yeah, by the way, this is her new model. It should be obvious for anybody who's played Dragonflight, because she looks like that. That is clearly her Dragonflight model. Among other things, she has freckles. Her old model looks pretty different, yeah. The bravery of mortals never fails to astound me. Death affixes its cold gaze upon you, and in return you rise to the challenge. That's why your kind is so loved and so hated. Even though the Red Dragonflight is entrenched in a war with Malygos, there's something we can do to help. Use this beacon to go do a thing. I can go do a thing. I like going and doing things. Yeah, I'm sorry, but essentially every cutscene, every in-game cutscene in War Within just crushes the Wrathgate. Yes, blue dragons haven't been completely genocided yet. My favorite overall cutscene is in Legion, I think. War Within is definitely trying to challenge that, though. War Within has some very, very well-designed cutscenes. And a lot of them. So yeah, you have to use this thing to kill these guys, and you have to eat them in order to restore your mana. Favorite dragon faction? I guess by default. You know, that's a fair point, Magister. But then again, if there's one thing I've learned over years of covering fiction, it's that the presumption that things get better over time, it's not always true. And to some people that's a duh, but to me that always feels like a weird revelation. Like, you'd expect a sequel to be better than its predecessor, that there's a logic to that. But that is not often true. Yeah, the blue chain in Dragonflight was really good. Oh yeah, even with the same people at the helm. Although that obviously is its own thing. Can I kill this guy? What are you doing? Ah! I guess I'll just kill you then. Okay. Thank you, FML word. as always. And the truthful answer is, I don't know yet. There's your truthful answer. Enjoy. The rule for those kind of games always boils down to the same concept, though. We play until we've covered as much as is necessary to really give it a good, thorough look. So, for example, are we doing an entire playthrough of every single faction type and governmental type and side? No, that's insane. But are we going to at least look at everything and try to spend some time doing everything we can? Yeah. If we review Civ 6, we're not going to do a full playthrough on every faction, but we are going to at least look at the factions and then do as much playthrough as we need to in order to properly review the game. I know that's a vague answer, and I apologize for that. But for obvious reality reasons, for any game that doesn't have a definitive ending, we kind of have to have a definitive rule for when we cut off the stream. Also, thank you for 3 years of support, FM Hailward. I will up that to an anniversary sub. Excuse me. Anyways, enough of me crapping on things people like. Let's go enjoy the Wrathgate cinematic in a second.
Ulf Aldon Shi. Safeguard.
With Antioch slain and the scythe in our possession, the Frostworm assaults on your forces will halt. The worms that remain will be hunted and destroyed, their bones returned to the earth.
The Red Dragonflight will protect this world.
I think if you put a gun to my head, I would say I don't have a favorite dragonflight. They're all fine, I guess. I mean, they're there, you know. There's colors involved.
Greetings.
Know this. All that you have done has led to this moment. Without your efforts, we would have been finished. Now stand guard while I take to the field and end this.
Forward! Take the lead! For Morderon! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
It does feel like a fan machinima, doesn't it?
Sons of the Horde, blood and glory await us! Luntargar for the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Ignore the fact that Metzen is voicing Barok's son there.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can... What?
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now, The terrible vengeance of the Forsaken.
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living!
Isn't over.
Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
So, I will give that cutscene one thing. The sound design is actually quite legit. There's a lot of little touches in there. Also, what you just witnessed is actually a bit of a sea change to the whole story for the entire franchise. As I mentioned earlier, several people, myself included, thought this was going to be the moment where the Horde and Alliance finally unified and all this faction nonsense went away. Instead, from this point onward, we have about 2.5 expansions worth of all-out war between the Horde and Alliance, what I usually refer to as the Hellscream War. You're probably thinking, Lore, why do you call it the Hellscream War? Well, there's a lot of reasons. But the most important reason is, as of this very moment in time, there is still no formal term for the global conflict that lasted 2.5 expansions. So, forgive me for stepping in, but since no one else named it... So yeah, what you just saw is effectively the beginning of the Hellscream War. Although Varian himself is actually the one who declares it, as I've already mentioned. In fact, I've already read that quote out loud. And all of it was started, all thanks to Varamothras, who was operating on behalf of Sargeras. So that's cool. What's really irritating to me, if I could just be blunt for just a second, is this still could have been the moment. It still could have been the moment where the two sides finally unified. After all, they were attacked by a completely external force in order to try and provoke this exact situation. The two sides then unified in attacking the Undercity. Just one attacks the front gate and one attacks through the sewers, in order to try and actually defeat that force. Everything was still on track for things to be like, and now we have fought our common enemy together. But instead it's like, and now we'll kill each other! But we'll talk about that more in the future. Not too long from now, but we will talk about that in the future. So yeah, the cutscene itself. I do agree. Good sound design. I will stand by that. No problem there. It's decent storyboarding, I guess. We'll go with that. Oh yeah, by the way, for the rest of the expansion, Alex Strauss is here just kind of holding the Wrathgate. You'll also notice the Dragonfire has caused a lot of life to grow, because their fire isn't actually flame. What Red Dragonfire does is it burns... It's kind of like an inverse fel. It burns life in order to create life. Very recycling, right? That's why there's tons of plants here and flowers all of a sudden. because there was a whole lot of dead people here, and all of that was fuel to make these plants grow, right? Yeah, the vermilion flame, as opposed to something like, say, the shadow flame, which we'll discuss later. Cute. What? What's up? What's up, Alex? What do you want?
Life endures.
Oh, she just says, can you show me
All
that?
life.
So, yeah, anyways, that's cool. I mean, it sucks, but it's cool. So that was the Wrathgate. Immediately after the Wrathgate, you notice there is no follow-up. Back in the day, there was a reasonably long quest chain. You'd go back to your respective towns. Those would lead you back to your capital cities, all the way back in the Old Kingdom. You'd get to Orgrimmar, and Orgrimmar would be overrun with Forsaken refugees, fleeing from the forces of the Apothecaries and of Varimathras. You would then have to help, depending on which side you are, this is that you would then go and do a whole instance thing where you'd do the Battle for the Undercity. I saw a quote about the Battle for the Undercity while I was looking this stuff up the other day. If you'll forgive me for finding it and sharing it really quick. Here we go. So this was, when was this? It was a while ago. When was 5.2? Screw you. So that would have been, hang on, so BC, Wrath, Kata, Pandaria. So that was Pandaria. David Kosak says, it's kind of a bang for your buck thing. Like, say we redid the Battle for the Undercity. We could do it much better now with better tech, right? That's a lot of work. And who would want to go back and play the Battle for the Undercity? We'd almost have to create a heroic so you'd revisit again. Maybe if you could make a really cool, compelling gameplay scenario, it might be worth it. It might, so to do as a fun little Caverns of Time thing. But I'd rather spend that time, it's the same resources, doing a current modern-day scenario that tell you what happened to Sylvanas. I think it's possibly more exciting than revisiting old content. We're committed to having these patches come out faster, so we really have to be picky and choosy about where we spend our time, so we can get content to people as fast as possible. I've referenced that a few times, and we all know that Blizzard loves abandoning their old content. But that answer sucks on every level. So anyways, negative to gameplay. Abandonment. And unlike most of the other abandonment negatives, there's a good chance this one's never going away. No, Lord Hermot. So anyways, now that we've totally done the Wrathgate, wink wink. Hello, Dream Whisperer. So here's our beachhead. This whole time we've been looking at beachheads, right? The Horde and Alliance, and then the Alliance and the Horde, in both the Borean Tundra and the Howling Fjord, have absolutely no idea what they're doing. And in all four cases I have shown across the course of this review, that both forces are in completely over their head and cannot make any strong inroads against the forces of the Scourge. It is not until we show up and start fixing things and improving the situation that things smooth out at all. Meanwhile, here we are in Icecrown, more or less essentially right outside Icecrown. That's the entrance to Icecrown right there. And here's the Argents. And a bit of Ebon Blade, but mostly the Argents.
The time of the Argent Crusade is now.
Long has been the path to our salvation, young Death Knight. We have fought across continents, worlds even, to reach this point. Now we face our greatest challenge, the destruction of the Lich King and his Scourge. Alas, we fight this battle divided. The Horde and Alliance are in the midst of throes of a war, and will lend us no support. Thanks for that. We must remain unyielding in our cause, for what choice have we to do otherwise? Do you join the cause? Lend us your strength. My commander awaits you at his post.
Courage is our greatest weapon.
Yeah, no, this is a solid beachhead. And you'll notice they've actually made decent inroads. It's not some big advanced spot, but they have managed to claim and hold a piece of Icecrown. And that is really impressive.
Need help?
Meanwhile, the Horde and Alliance have been failing at claiming pieces of the most distant, undefended territories.
Well met.
Where both the Alliance and the Horde failed, the Argent Crusade succeeded. The success, however, was short-lived. Our breach into Icecrown was quickly and with force rebuffed. The Lich King's retaliatory strike was immediate and brutal, and now we're on the defensive. Yeah, by the way, this isn't even their main beachhead. This is their fallback. Fallback position.
For the Alliance.
We had the element of surprise on our side. We blew a hole in the side of the mountain, that's that hole up there, and charged into Scourgeholm. Scourge opposition was fierce, and it wasn't long until we were overwhelmed. We fell back to the valley and began raining artillery down on the Scourge that followed. This held them back for a while until those monsters began using Crusaders as living shields. We had to stop shelling for fear of killing our own soldiers. Fear of Crusaders.
Be careful.
Okay, I can do that. No, it's... Where to spend resources is a management skill, and if we're being honest, in my experience, and I've been reviewing games for a while now, I'd say about 99.9% of games are mismanaged on some level or another, including this one, by the way. So, having the skill to say, we should not spend resources over there so we can spend resources over there, that is part of management, that is a skill. And Lord knows that there was... Yeah, by the way, no music up here. It's okay, I have a fix for that in this one case. So we're just going to go ahead and fix that. Turn down the volume a little bit. Anyways. I understand the idea behind doing that, but it's very clear that they were failing miserably at it, especially since the content they were working on instead of doing old stuff was the freaking Timeless Isle, which I don't feel the need to expand upon any further. Pandaria was a hell of an expansion. Launched very strongly and then whimpered out really badly. Which is funny because the same thing happened to Warlords. By contrast, Legion managed to actually have some really solid patch content. Oh my god, that's weird, Fife. Sure, Puthor, sure. I look forward to giving it tons and tons of negatives and 0 positives, because it was garbage. Alright, where were we? Let's see here. Seriously, God, screw the Timeless. I hated it so much. Where's Icecrown? There it is. The number of injured soldiers rises with each passing day. They're being stricken by the same type of toxin we'd never seen before. Whatever it is these Nerubians hold within their venom glands is lethal and incurable. So far, we've only been able to slow down the poison flowing through their bodies. We need to devise a cure. I can help with that. I mean, yeah, the Timeless Isle was designed to be Grind Island so that players would have something to do during a absolutely gargantuan content drought. One of the biggest content droughts we've ever had in WoW's history. We can't keep this pace up, lad. Once the breach was blown, the floodgates opened up. The scourge have been pouring through it ever since with no end in sight. We need every able-bodied man and woman to help keep the tide of evil at bay. See, the thing is, everyone lists the 14 months, but you have to actually think about it from a slightly different perspective. Hang on a sec. Is it still here? No, hang on. Wrong image. Wrong image. Wrong image. It's the wrong image to share. There we go. So I want you to do me a favor. Let me shrink this down a little bit. So if you look at MLP there, you see that 460 days? That's what people are talking about when it comes to the content drop. But you have to remember, it was actually longer than that. Because we had the first patch that was right there at 63-day mark. So 2 months in, we had our first content. That was 5.1. Then we had 5.2. That was the Throne of Thunder. 3 months in. Okay. And that was functionally the last patch. Because everything after that was either minor or didn't really add much in terms of content. Like the stupid Barons thing, which was just stupid. So, that 460 is actually closer to, what would that be? Hang on. Let's just pull up the calculator. 460 plus 81 plus 77. Yes, it's actually, that can't be right. 460 plus 81 plus 77. No, yeah, that's actually 618 days of a content drought. And that is why the Timeless Isle can suck a lemon. Now, granted, I don't like the Timeless Isle for its own reason. I don't. I think it's trash. But 618 days, which had almost no content in that whole time. Like, really think about that. In 618 days, we had the North Barons event, which was dull and could be essentially beaten in a day. One raid, that's Siege of Orgrimmar. Good raid. Timeless Isle, and like 2 additional quests. Oh, and the Legendary Chain. That's it. In almost 2 years of content. Yeah. I've mentioned before that I've quit WoW many times. That was one of the times. We all put the game down for quite a while. It's like, yep, cool. Peace. Personally, I finished my Legendary Cloaks. All 4 of them. And then, yeah, walked away from it. Now, I will say this. I spit a lot of venom at the Timeless Isle, and I will continue to do so. Because it sucks. But you know what sucks even more? Tanan Jungle. What the hell were they thinking with Tanan Jungle? By contrast, I actually liked Argus. Let's see. BFA had, like, the revamp zones. Those were fine, I guess. And it also had the really cool Visions of Nightmare Death Doom. Those were awesome. So I'll give BFA that. Let's see. Shadowlands had Zereth Mortis, which was really, really boring. Still better than Timeless Isle or Tanan Jungle, but it was ultimately just, here's a bunch of, like, stuff to do. Okay. You got anything else? No. Okay. And then, let's see, and then we move forward to Dragonflight. Dragonflight had Amir Drasil. I actually really like Amir Drasil. Amir Drasil is kind of like Zereth Mortis, but better. So, positives there. And War Within doesn't have its end zone yet. And if we rewind, we go back to Wrath, which had nothing. Kata, which had the Firelands Molten Front, which I actually really liked the Molten Front. And BC had Caldanus, and Caldanus was alright for what it was going for. No real complaint there. Yeah, Zereth Mortis is just a slightly better structured Timeless Isle, really. Which works for what it's going for, but at the same time, eh. I'm only counting the last one, Huthor, not the patch stuff. Because if we're counting the patch stuff, then all of a sudden Legion has like 3 or 4 zones. I was just comparing the equivalent of the Timeless Isle, in other words. Like, if we're going to do that, then for Pandaria, we'd also have to count the Throne of Thunder. Thunder Isle was actually pretty decent. Yeah, Icecrown was the equivalent of Keldanus. There actually is very, very technically a Keldanus equivalent in Wrath. It's that little area up there, the Argent Tournament Grounds. We'll get to that. Anyways, longest content drought in FF14. Wasn't there like a really big year one, which everyone complained about? And like led to some fears about the rotational schedule and them increasing the patch cycle to help people not work more. I remember something about that. I wasn't actually affected by it, whatever it was. So I wasn't there at the front lines, so to speak. Shadow to end. Yeah, that makes sense. Dragonflight was kind of crazy for how much content came out during it. And while this is technically cheating, it's also worth noting that Plunderstorm and the Pandaria remix also came out during Dragonflight. Which obviously doesn't matter for review purposes, but from a real-life perspective, it meant even more reasons to play WoW while there was a content drought, which is one of the reasons I was so in favor of both modes. Even if they weren't your thing, and no judgment there, it was something that some people had a reason to log into the game and play. I should put those up. Let's put this down here. How many could there possibly be? We've killed enough to fill 10 graveyards, and still they come. The situation's looking dire. Yeah, you're an Icecrown, buddy. Do you have any idea what you're doing? You're at the end of the filter. That's actually a lie, because Icecrown Citadel itself is actually the end of the filter. But you're certainly getting there, you know? Have you found the venom glands? Thank you. I'll begin using these test samples immediately. I hope a cure will be found soon. Spoilers, a cure will not be found soon. There are still many Argent Crusade soldiers in that field and in Scourgeholm. While your help is appreciated, there's much left to be done. Across the Valley of Echoes, west of here and through the breach, is the first Scourge encampment in Icecrown, known as Scourgeholm. We fought a good fight there and killed many Scourge, but in the end we were forced to retreat. Many soldiers were left behind, their fate unknown. If there are survivors, we must attempt a rescue. Okay. Heritage quests are easy. We'll just figure out which expansion it came out in, and then we'll review it. Bam! Done. Just like that. It's that easy. After all, those are quests like any other quests. My kin will help. Together we will battle the Lich King and his legions. We will all do what we can to assist you. The Proto-Brood have volunteered to fly you across the breach and into Scourgeholm. Rescue any captured Argent Crusaders you find. Return them immediately. Okay. Let's go. Dragonflight's interesting because on the one hand it was really, really good. And on the other hand it was kind of face-palmingly bad. It's one of the reasons I'm so positive about War Within so far. Because so far, War Within is really good. End statement. Come here. Agreed, as Miristar. For one of the first times in a long time, it feels like they're actually learning from their mistakes. I don't want to spoil, but you know how WoW has this tendency to have a big confrontation cutscene with the villain? And, like, the overwhelming majority of those cutscenes kind of suck? Well, War Within has one of those. Oh, the Infirmary. And it didn't suck. And let me tell you, no one was more confused about that than I was. I've actually already done most of my internal analysis. I'm kind of already have my talking points planned to talk about that one, because It's weirdly good. Oh god. Oh god. Actually got dazed there, but it's okay because I'm on a vehicle. It doesn't matter. To be clear, I was talking specifically about the big confrontation with the big villain scene. Because again, those specific types of scenes tend to suck. And yeah, there are so many stay a while and listens. Holy crap. There is one bad cutscene I can think of off the top of my head. It's pretty early on, I'm not going to spoil what it is, but if you've played A War Within, you know exactly what it is. It's right up the front. I'm not sure what the other two are that Huthar's mentioning. I'm probably just forgetting a few. The Undermine patch is January. Good morning, Brave. Arthas, he strikes recklessly without care or caution. We've caught him off guard. We will bolster our defenses and weather the storm. How good are you with a cannon? The chill of death stirs in the west, threatening to freeze our hearts and souls to this wasteland and bind us to its dark master. We will stand and we will fight. The preparations have begun. Report to Siege Master Physic. Okay. Who's this Eben Watcher guy? Why is he just hanging out here? You okay, dude? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I've got to be quick or we'll be overtaken by the Skidge. There's really no time for instructions. You're going to have to just jump in and hope for the best. I've triggered the base's defensives. Atop each vanguard, 4 towers are... atop the vanguard's 4 towers are retractable cannons, blessed by Father Gustav himself. Need to fly up there and use it to destroy Scourge. Just one warning, they'll send frostworms. Shoot them out of the sky. If they destroy the walls and towers, we're done for. Yeah, they liked that in Wrath. For some reason, I'm not even sure why. They just liked that in Wrath. Weird. Yep, okay. Hang on. Take 2. Nope, okay. Take 3. Whoa. Oh, Jesus. Hang on. I can do this. I'm just going too fast. There we go. Alright, we're ready. Gotta kill the Frostworm really quick here. Up. More death. Lots of death. Death everywhere. Damn it, Dick Jailer. Oh my god. There was an old machinima. I actually went looking for it recently. I couldn't find it. Where it was making fun of the fact that the old gods were behind everything. And there was this guy who was really pissed off at like the auction house. Who was like, oh my god, someone overbid me on something. It was I, the old gods. It's like, dang it, old gods. Why you gotta keep doing this? And then it cut to like some completely other random thing. Oh, it was always the old gods. And someone's like, wait, hang on. Everyone in town, is anyone here not an old god agent? And everyone just kind of looks around awkwardly. And then like even the pet on the ground turns into a tentacle. I bring that up because that's exactly what I'm picturing, except they're all Zoval, right? It's all just the jailer everywhere, in all directions. It was all the jailer. That was a weird bug. Even the PC was the old gods, I knew it. And or the jailer. And or Cycloud. Darn you, Cycloud. You were behind everything from the very beginning. We always knew. I'm not a demon hunter. Oh, God. Thank you for the sub. No, actually, Huthor. It was such a long chain that I kind of gave up on it after a while. And I wanted to do it with a friend, and they stopped doing it, so... I'm in no hurry. I'm not going to make an Earthen anytime soon. So it's just sitting there. I have finished the endgame campaign, though. 3D.Heroes. Dealer's Choice. And I'm just going to put D-Lit, because I never remember the rest of the name. Yeah, it's called Tomato in the Mirror, Blade Jabal. I'm serious, that's what that's called. You handle the cannon like a goblin hunter, friend. And by hunter, I of course mean gunner. Makes way more sense. You've saved the Vanguard and the Argent Crusade, all while backing the High Lord himself up on the battlefield of battle. That's amazing. Please stop licking my boots. Just please. Thanks. Do not appreciate. The Vanguard is secure, ally. We have reclaimed... No, I'm Horde. We have reclaimed the Valley of Echoes and taken down the web walls blocking entry to the breach. Now is the time to strike at Scourgeholm and establish our presence inside Icecrown. The battlefront moves on. I have asked the Ebon Watcher for his assistance with our assault on Scourgeholm. His intimate knowledge of the Scourge will be invaluable. Go report to him. Okay. Well, that is the most cursed thing I've ever seen, Huthor. So I'm going to pretend I never saw that. There we go. Your power's grown, my faithful knight. Oh, hey, he doesn't even try to hide if you're a Death Knight. That's actually funny. Vengeance is at hand, brother. Koltira aids the Horde, while Thessarian assists the Alliance. The Ebon Blade will soon wash over Icecrown and leave the armies of the Lich King in ruin. There's no question these Crusaders are the source of great discomfort, but what is sacrifice without pain? You were with me at Light's Hope Chapel. You saw many great sacrifices made. We're here now to settle a debt to the High Lord. Payment in full for his sacrifice. Once the Argent Crusade has established their foothold, we will depart. A different destiny awaits us. Yes, the Scarlet Crusade is here for a the Argent Crusade is here for a very, very different purpose. Jousting! The Scourge have sent their armies at the Argent Crusade and have been repelled. What they do know is called a slash and burn. All prisoners they hold at Scourgeholm will be executed and raised as servants. Undoubtedly, the Argent Crusade will request you give their soldiers a proper farewell. I will ask no such thing of you. To succeed, we must kill Scourge indiscriminately. Okay. A Scourge Stone is an item given to all Scourge upon birth or creation. It provides certain benefits to the holder, but more importantly, it allows Scourge leaders to visibility. Oh my god. Can't read this morning. Do you know I went to bed early last night? But more importantly, it allows Scourge leaders visibility into the location and movement of all their units. With enough Scourge Stones, I might be able to track the movement of other Scourge units across Icecrown. As you slaughter Scourge, gather the Scourge Stones to me. Southeast of here, all the eastern reaches of Crystal Salt Forest, is an area known as the Earthbound Thicket. Within that thicket creeps all manner of life. One thing all of the affected creatures in the thicket share is their affinity for magical energy. Each of them holds pure, crystallized energy. Enough to kill us all, should it destabilize. Travel there, and we will use its crystallized energy. We need fuel, and they need to die. We in the business call that a win-win. You may look at the Scourgehold now and see a rancid pit of decay, but one day it'll be a place of glory and honor. High Lord Fordring has deemed it just as keep. Alas, even an impregnable fortress like Icecrown Citadel began with but a single stone. So begins our search for the stone to start a revolution. Travel to Crystal Song south of here and seek out the Unbound Thicket. Gather crystal and heartwood from the thicket floor. Elven masonry. Yep, don't worry. Just go get Scourge Stones. It's okay. It's okay. Not all of our soldiers made it out of Scourgeholm. Many were slain and turned into twisted reflections of their former selves. Such is the way of the Scourge. For those damned souls, there is no eternal peace. We must provide their souls rest. Travel through the breach, slay the skeletal reanimated crusaders, and sprinkle this holy water on their bones, so their spirits may be freed. Aside from this game, what game can I think of that actively made me want to do all side quests? My first thought is Dragon Age Origins. Just kind of jumps immediately to the top of my mind there. I would also agree with Witcher 3. I was going to say, I guess the Yakuza games qualify. Not really RPGs, but it's still the same kind of thing. Yeah, the keyword there was want to do the side quests. Sort of an important proviso there. That reminds me, Blade Travel. I realized something that just kind of adds another little layer of interesting to everything you were talking about earlier. Remember how you said that FPSs don't deserve to exist, and I shouldn't review games? Well, I was thinking about one of the other reasons why you're probably not feeling some of the viscerality of the game. Because it didn't even occur to me because I'm so used to this game. You know that spell effects vary based on species? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you said, word for word. One of the reasons I've said several times, you may or may not have heard me say this, is, I prefer to play such and such because they have good animations. Attack animations vary. So, like, for example, if we zoom way in here on the dwarf, for example, his main attack is the chunk, right? But that's a dwarven animation, not really a Death Knight animation. This one, too. Now, these are built off of templates. So, like, some of the frost effect going off of the attack is because of the fact that I'm using Frost Strike. But the actual animation of the attack itself, that's because I'm playing a dwarf. Make sense? Yeah, no, exactly. Like, for example, one of the reasons I play so many Blood Elf females is because their animations are really cool looking. Same thing with, like, Draenei females, or Night Elf females, or Blood Elf males, or Tauren males, or Orc males, or Troll males, etc., etc., etc. Like, I tend to gravitate towards races that have cool animations. Now, I bring that up because for this run in particular, I've actually gone out of my way to spread out the races we do. So we're going to be seeing almost every race throughout the course of this run. But as a consequence, we're seeing animations which honestly aren't really all that good. And frankly, I think the dwarves qualify. Oh yeah, Night Elf Warrior. I mean, there's a reason my main for the longest time was a Night Elf Warrior. Night Elf female warrior. She just looked really, really cool. Of course you do. You're a... Anyways, getting off topic. So Sovicom asks what prompted the vote. Well, right now, if you type vote, you'll find something else, but you're probably asking what prompted the vote for whether or not people care about Lore's List. The truthful answer is just the same thing that I do all the time. I like to periodically recheck myself and say, well, hang on a second. Is this something I should keep doing? One of the biggest plagues of human society, in my opinion, is artifact design. AKA, we do something because we did something, rather than for any actual meaningful or good, purposeful reason. So, I was updating the website a few days ago now. I was like, you know what? Does anyone even care? Like, does anyone actually give a crap about Lore's List? Because I had never heard even a single point of feedback about it. Like, not once. So I was completely blind on it. So I was like, okay, I'll just ask. Hey guys, what do you think? And then I was like, you're dumb for asking this, Lore. What's wrong with you? You're dumb. You're dumb. And then they all just punched me for a while. And that was very unpleasant. Nevertheless, I did get a weirdly large amount of feedback from people who were like, why would you ever ask this question? I was just like, because I don't know the answer? Like, I was so thrown by that. How would I know? Nobody ever says anything about Lore's List. Anyways, the answer has been an overwhelmingly, yes, people actually use Lore's List, so we'll keep using it. And that's fine. That's all I really wanted to know. I did think that was funny. Well, that's one of those whole things, isn't it? Not that I'm sounding accusatory, but we as a species have this thing where we sort of automatically assume that we don't need to give feedback, especially positive feedback. In fact, specifically positive feedback. This can actually be really damaging. Let me use a direct example. Let's say I'm Huthor's boss. All right, come on, Huthor. Let's go. I need you to make all these 15 things. I need you to do it by tomorrow. Also, I'm cutting your pay in half. And you have no budget. Sorry, anyways. Assuming I'm a reasonable boss. But assume for a moment that I'm a normal boss, right? So let's say I reach out to Huthor and say, hey, Huthor, listen, that image you transmitted to me yesterday, it's actually got some issues with it. I need you to fix this and this and that. And Huthor's like, oh yeah, no problem. But let's say that the only feedback I ever give is negative. You can see how that's going to feel to Huthor, right? Even though I'm overall, like from my perspective, I'm actually satisfied with Huthor's work, the fact of the matter is, I only ever talk to him when something's gone badly. I only ever provide negative feedback. And so from his perspective, he's doing something wrong, because all he ever feels is something bad, right? Again, this isn't accusatory, this is just human psychology. We tend to only give feedback about negative things. We only tend to complain when things are bad. We rarely say, this is awesome when things are good. I have actually tried to make it a point, and I have to deliberately do this because of human psychology, to not do that, to give positive feedback where I think positive feedback is warranted, because it is so, for lack of a better way to put it, unnatural to do so. Anyways, random thoughts. Don't mind me. Whoop, there's some heartwood. No, there isn't. Maybe over here? Nope, still. Okay. Nope, again. I've got to be blind then. I agree, by the way. Crystal Sun Forest is very pretty. What you're seeing, ironically, is something really horrible in lore. This was a forest that has absolutely been glutted by arcane. This used to be just a regular old forest. In fact, if you journey far enough away in one direction or the other, here we go. Over here, you can see what the forest normally looks like. Right over here. See? Same trees even. But because it has been absolutely destroyed by arcane, like these trees are all dead. All this grass is dead. Ah, there's one. It's most obvious when you look at the big trees, which you can't even see from this angle, because I picked a really bad angle to show that on angle. Let me move a few feet here. It is actually, it's a cleaner variant of the zombie plague, yeah. There we go, check that out. This used to be one of the large trees here, and as you can see, it's seen better days. Here's the inside of the trunk. Anyways, hang on, first I just saw Braglin. Thank you, Braglin. Give me a moment. 2D platformer block. What? Cities, skylines, and Hazaroth Reborn. Done. Thank you as always, Braglin. The other interesting caveat there, too, just while I'm on the topic, it's possible to overdo positive feedback, right? And you don't want to do that. And that's tricky. it's actually something we've wrestled with on this very show, because the question of what is a positive and what is a wash is something we discuss often. What qualifies as something that's expected versus something that qualifies as good. Now, if you've been paying attention, the overall line we tend to lean towards is most things that are good, even if they are expected. So even stuff that should be considered the norm, we still give positives for. The reason why is kind of mathematical. It means that the things that they're doing well, even if they should be doing well, are then counted as the game doing something correct, even if it's expected. Therefore, its score is pushed up by doing something correct. That's the logic there. But it's a concept, because, like, you don't want, for example, to overpraise a child, because then that kid's going to get a big head and is going to start thinking they don't really need to try or work or do better. But at the same time, if you do nothing but criticize a child, that's going to be very problematic as well. Anyways, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It also kind of matters on an individual basis, too. Person to person. Now, I know this is going to sound crazy, but hear me out for just a second. Some people have a bit of, let's call it anxiety, or lack of self-worth. And so some people have a few more issues with this than some other people do. Hello. Can I not? There we go. Let's just free some souls here, so they can go get chewed up by the Kyrians. It probably sounds terrible, and it probably is. Let's not think about that too much. I mean, as awful as it sounds, the whole point of the other vote is to, the main vote, the LGA vote, is whatever it is that the question means to you is probably the correct answer for you. What is the stream that you liked the most this year? What is the game you felt had the best gameplay this year, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, the Kyrians are actually modeled after the... oh god. I can't think what they're called. The things that show up when you die. Spirit Healers, thank you. The thingamabobs, come on! Worst game of the year, Starfield. Best stream of the year, Starfield. Yeah, not the first time we've had that dichotomy. Yeah, as you can see, they really do look like Spirit Healers as they go up. The bottom of things. The whatchamahoo gags. We haven't reviewed Fallout 76, so it doesn't count for anything, I'm afraid. Sorry. Fallout 76 does not exist, according to the Lore Runner. This is current review system. And may never, because that would be a hell of a game to review, honestly. Let's not even think about that. I got enough gargantuan games on my plate right now that I'm freaking out about. Like Armored Core 6, which is like an inch from being funded right now. Ugh, that's going to be terrible. It's going to be a terrible stream. People are going to be like, why aren't you doing this extremely optimized build, streamer? What's wrong with you, streamer? Come on! Should I be done? Oh. I should, but I'm not. Interesting. Actually, fun fact. The AC curse keeps existing. Because in my notes, I caught this when I was updating some of the donations. I caught that I actually wrote down armored or no, not Armored Core. Sorry, I just screwed it up again. Ace Combat 6. Which, is not actually the name of that game, if you're wondering. You're not familiar with it. What don't you like about it, Huthor? Oh, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. Plus to music, Icecrown. No, I'm sorry, Archeon Vale. I even thought I missed a question earlier, but I didn't find it in the queue. Hang on. Add this to the music pauses list. Shouldn't be Yura. I'm using the same site. Although, they did up it so you could have more categories per vote, so that made that a lot easier to set up. If you remember last year, we were really restricted on that. So I was expecting a Burning Crusade raid fight. And how they were carefully designed. Demon Warlord and 4 of the mini-bosses. It doesn't sound memorable, whatever. I did not find it fun because players just cluster at random things and turn into a chaotic mess. Their incompetence actively penalized my experience, and that's true. If there's one thing that's ever made me not enjoy raiding, it is the other players. That's not a joke. So, are players' lack of cohesion and teamwork the issue of itself, or is it the game's fault for not encouraging cooperative behavior? That's an interesting question. I think we've got a little bit of column A, column B kind of a thing going on. On the one hand, obviously, WoW has dipped in and out of encouraging players to actually pay attention to mechanics and actually engage in them. But on the other hand, players are players. They're going to do whatever the hell they want to. I didn't even tell you this story. So we were talking the other day about negative experiences. You know, the most toxic experience I've ever had in an MMO. And I actually remember the worst experience I ever had in WoW. I forgot to continue sharing that particular topic. So to share it in brief, actually, I'll tell you about it in a second after I turn in these quests. Let me do it when we're doing the next bundle of quests here. Did you get the crystallized energy? Oh, this is perfect. The bomber should be up and running in no time. Are you lost? Heartwood is by nature is resistant to disease, rot, and plague. This heartwood, however, goes so far as to repel such things. The masonry, affected by the fallout of the unbound thicket, will work in the same way. Soon, we will break ground. Yeah, let me go ahead and switch this a little bit.
We are driven by a single purpose.
Done well, Marifrost. Keeping their numbers down will keep the Argent Crusade the time they need to set a foundation.
We must forge our own destiny.
Let's see if there's something I can do with these stones to give us a little bit of insight.
Knights of the
We must defeat the Lords of Scourgehelm if this place is to be free of Scourge Grasp. Sauronax the Fleshrender is... here's the names. Go kill them. Got it. Okay, cool.
A shadow of hope.
Kill bosses. I can kill bosses.
How are you?
The path of the righteous crusader is one beset by inequity and evil. To cut through the middle is only salvation. You have done that on this day and more. Have I really, though?
Have a good one.
I mean... I will admit a bit of bias here because I really like this song. I like it so much that what you're listening to right now is actually my own composite of all of the Icecrown songs. Because I felt sufficiently compelled and invested in the music to bother making it.
Get on with it.
So they make us fight these elites, but then they send a bunch of Ebon Blade to help us fight them. Anyways. Toxic story. Then I'll answer Savacom's question. Then I'll try to circle back to answering Archeon Vale's question. So, there we were. Doing Pandari. We're doing the Heart of Fear. Now, it's worth noting, everything that I'm about to tell you about doesn't exist anymore. Since then, mechanisms have been put in the game to prevent players from doing this. But back in the day, you could not interact with certain things. Oh, God, I gotta do something. You couldn't do certain stuff while you were in combat, right? And because of the fact that you're stuck in combat, if one specific player decides to constantly keep pulling trash, nobody can do anything to stop them. Now, what's the one specific thing in this question? Well, that's easy. Voting to kick someone from the group. You could not vote to kick someone in combat. Now, there's good reasons why that rule existed. For obvious, it's easy to think about, right? But it meant that as long as one jackass kept the entire group in combat, nobody could vote to kick them. And it's worth noting it was the entire group. So, we go into there, and if you've played the Heart of Fear, you know that right at the beginning is a very large number of trash. It's all low-tier trash, but it is a bunch of them in one bundle. So, this one jackass kept pulling and you know, getting him in aggro, and you're just generally being a dick about it, being a Rule 0 violator.
Not yet.
Now, the whole raid group was trying to figure out who exactly was doing it for a while. And of course, because it's me, because I have raid tools, and because I'm paying attention, I was able to figure out pretty much instantly it was this one dude. So I say, it's this one dude. And he starts pretending like this is a game of frickin' Among Us with me. It's like, no, it wasn't me. And I'm like, no, it's clearly you. I can actually share the data if you'd like. It's like, no, it's not me. I don't know what you're talking about. And he kept denying it over and over and over. And I'm like, guys, because people kept zoning in, because most people, frankly, were not paying attention. So they die, run back in, and then the trash is right there at the front door. And so they die and then run back in. I'm like, guys, it's this guy. We need to vote to kick him. We need to get him out of the group. He's the one preventing us. Because if you zone in and there's a bunch of trash right there, only like 3 or 4 people zone in to kill 20 things. So they kill the 3 people. And then 3 more people zone in who get killed. And then 3 more people zone in who get killed. And you get it. It was just like, it was in StarCraft when you send a bunch of Zerglings after the enemy, but they're all coming one by one. Except it was happening with this player. So I'm like, guys, stay out. Stay out of the raid. Stay outside. Do not run back in. And it took a weirdly long time to convince 25 people to not run into the raid. I guess 24. 23, technically. Because the one guy kept doing it. And then at one point we got in there. And everything was still. We're all cool. We were out of combat. We started rebuffing and healing and everything. And the dude was like, look, it's not me. I don't know what you're talking about, but thankfully we can finally start this raid. Am I right, guys? Then he rushes out, pulls all the trash, and his intention was to pull the trash and then leave the group and be like, haha, I got you. And even types a message saying, ha ha ha, it was me the whole time. I got you, suckers. With more cuss words than that. But the thing is, he didn't understand that when you leave the group, you don't instantly teleport out. So he left the group, and then was standing there with aggro. So a bunch of things descend upon him and kill him. And then obviously he was out of the group now because we'd gotten rid of him. And then we continued with the raid. But we lost like 15 minutes, which probably doesn't sound like a long time. 15 minutes to this one asshole who kept trying to keep us in combat just because he was trolling. That is the worst experience I've ever had in WoW, right there.
All is not lost.
A hard-fought victory. The lieutenants will be replaced, but at least for today, the air about Scourgeholm stands still.
We will see it through to the bitter end.
Silas and Fitzpatrick have signed off on the materials and fuel needed to begin construction of Justice Keep. Thanks to you and the Ebon Blade, the Scourge presence has been decimated, their lieutenants defeated. I have chosen the site, but you must deliver my report to Fordring.
See you later.
I suppose that's indicative of how overall positive my WoW experiences have been, Mr. Red.
Nelly feels
Not bragging, just stating fact.
like you. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Alright, I'm ready, Thor. I'm ready. Wait, you're saying anything. Of course you're saying something heretical. You secretly like the jailer. Okay, that would be too much.
We shall triumph.
Stand easy, Marifrost. What have you to report?
Do not lose faith.
Your assistance has been integral to securing the front. The first true victory of the war is close at hand, which is why our next step is the most crucial. Rest assured, the Scourge will not give up without a fight. Your most difficult challenge awaits.
The future of Azeroth needs you to protect it, hero.
There it is. I was waiting for that to happen. We just hit 71. Here, take this banner. It is like no other. It carries with it a powerful blessing, able to sanctify large tracts of blighted land. You must take it northwest through the breach to an area the Scourge have mockingly named the Crusader's Pinnacle. Plant the banner atop the skulls of our fallen brethren and defend it against attack. Once the land is sanctified, return to Father Gustav.
The end of the Scourge draws near.
Actually, I did know that Blade Taval, and the reason why I knew that is because it's that way in EverQuest as well. I mean, some of you probably remember during the lore run. Thanks, Crony. During the lore run, there was this one asshole who was farming a quest NPC up in Ashara. You remember that? And we couldn't progress through the quest because this one asshole kept killing that quest NPC. And once again, that doesn't really happen anymore because there's mechanisms in place to prevent that from happening. I will give WoW this. They have been doing a pretty good job of trying to improve, I guess, the tools to fight trolling, for lack of a better way to put that. Like, in vanilla, it was really bad. One particularly determined player could completely ruin your ability to play the game. And it's been slowly getting better ever since. Like this gradual improvement over 20 years in order to make it so that players are less capable of ruining other players' experience. Yeah, exactly, Blitterwell. Train! I don't remember the Shadowlands version of this music at all. Then again, I couldn't name a single bit of Shadowlands music off the top of my head, so that probably is saying something about me. Anyways, so Archeon Vale asked, Lore, why do you suck? Well, it's actually really, really simple. When I was a young lad, I was bitten by a rogue mosquito, and I gained vacuuming powers. Hang on one second. Just go back. There we go. Now, but Archeon Vale asked, just to get back to this, is the player's lack of cohesion itself the issue? So first of all, let me go and just say, yeah. One of the biggest reasons why I'm so in favor of things like follower dungeons, why I loved the hero system back in Guild Wars 1, why I like MMOs that allow me to effectively co-op them, is because in my many, many years of playing MMOs, and we're well past the 20 mark at this point, the biggest problem with MMOs is other players. I know that sounds antithetical, but it is 100% true. They're the dice roll, right? The difference between a good experience and a bad experience can sit entirely on the other people you're experiencing it with. Even most people who've never played MMOs probably understand exactly what this feels like because you've probably played a co-op game at some point in your life. And the co-op game has probably not even been that particularly good of a game. But it was probably fun because you probably played it with a friend, right? And yeah, like, FF14 honestly has the same general issue as this. There's some caveats there because I actually know a decent number of people who play FF14. I could probably get a raid group to going if I wanted to, but the point remains, it is the other players that determine what your experience is. There's a reason why the saying, this goes back to Wrath, by the way. The saying exists, friends don't let friends pug. A pickup group, it stands for grouping with random players rather than someone who you know, which is the opposite, that's a prefab. Or I think FF14 calls that a static. So yeah, it's one of the reasons why I actually legitimately believe that MMOs are actually two separate genres. Technically they're more like 5, but let's just ignore that. Because on the one hand, you have MMOs that are designed to be giant, fluid interactions with other players, and that's the point, is the interactions with the other players. By contrast, then you have MMOs like FF14 or Retail WoW, both of which are designed to be cooperative experiences which you play with a few other friends. Oop, that's Zildar. Different thing, right? Different animal, completely. Because in one case, the random interactions is the point. In the other case, the game is the point. And frankly, and I've thought about this a lot, I legitimately don't think the two can really meet in the middle. I think we have reached a point where we just have to acknowledge that these are such sufficiently different types of experiences that they should be separated. Anyways, this brings me to Savacom's question. Savacom said, Lore, why do you suck so much? It's like, look, Savacom. When I was a young lad, I fell into a cave, and this cave was filled with dead vacuums as far as the eye can see. And I knew in that moment I would be called Suckman. Would I say laziness or incompetence is the bigger issue in raiding? The thing that's so fascinating about that is I actually know the difference. I've been a raid leader for a long time. I know players who are trying but are not good at what they're doing. And I know players who aren't trying. Now, to be clear, I'm going to categorize not trying as lazy for the purposes of the answer here. I understand that there's a bit of a nuanced distinction between those two things. Oh god, what level are they? They're level 30! They're level 30. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, they're not scaling at all. I thought they went up to 70. Nope, they go up to 30. Huh, okay, well, that'll make Icecrown a little bit easier. Anyways, so, in my experience, it's more laziness, aka people who are not putting in the effort to try and get better at the fight in question. Remember the example I just mentioned? The reason that player, that one troll, was able to troll us so hard and for so long was because nobody was paying attention. What should have happened under an ideal circumstance is I should have been like, oh, hey guys, there's this one guy. We all need to stop zoning in. Oh, okay. And then everyone would stop zoning in, and we would have gotten rid of him. It would have been like a 5-minute affair. Boom, done, gone. But because people weren't paying attention, they were lazy, we had that issue. Let me use another example. I'll keep using Pandaria because I did the most LFRing in Pandaria of any expansion. For reasons I will discuss when we get to Pandaria. There's a boss there, which is usually referred to as the maze boss. Dumuru, I think? Durumu? Something like that. Hang on, what is his stupid name? Bob the Builder, I think is what we call him. Durumu. It was Durumu. So, sorry, LFR stands looking for raid. It is the equivalent of raiding in FF14. There's no actual term for it in FF14. So all raiding in FF14 is LFR, kind of. It's hard to explain. They don't really relate one-to-one. So we were doing Durumu, and Durumu has a mechanic where he'll pull you into a spot, and then he'll start doing that slow rotating attack that so many people do, right? So it's like... And you have to avoid that. The thing is, he then covers the entire area in this death void goop on the ground. So what you have to do is you have to find the path through it. It's called the maze, right? So you have to navigate the maze and get through the goop pile in order to stay ahead of his death beam. That probably sounds like a really cool mechanic, and you'd be right. It's actually a great boss fight. What you would also probably be right about is just how many people could never frickin' do that. So what would happen invariably, every single encounter, well, that's a lie. It's probably closer to 50% of the time, is we'd get a group, and the people are like, all right, let's do this. Yeah, we've been doing fine. We're doing fine. Then he'd pull us into the maze, and then all but about 5 people would die. It's like, okay, now the 5 of us that are left are going to try and salvage the rest of the fight. Or we'd immediately give up and just take our stack of determination. Yeah, WoW raiding can be really good if the other people involved are on the same board. I don't want to go too much into judgmentalism, but just don't let me forget that question by too long. Oh god, don't remind me of Archimond. I cannot tell you how many times I hit 10 stacks of determination on Archimond, or would zone into a fight in question, you know, that has already started, which is already at 10 stacks. Here's the problem with raiding. Because there is a problem with raiding, and this is one of the biggest reasons why I think adding followers to raids is the correct decision here. Even if they just do it with story mode, although I think there's an asterisk to that. We'll get to that. Raiding is meat content kind of top to bottom in WoW. Now, obviously, a lot of that's on the gameplay axis, but a whole lot of it's on the story side as well. We didn't see too much of that in BC, but if you've been paying attention, we've already started to see that in Wrath. What's the first major raid we did? Ulduar. Well, actually, it was Malygos. Malygos, which was the conclusion of the entire Nexus War. So, that is the conclusionary point of an entire quest arc in a raid. What is the raid we just did last night? Ulduar, which was the conclusionary point of the entire story arc of the Old Gods in Yogg-Saron and what was going on with the Iron Dwarves. Like, raids tend to be the period at the end of the sentence when it comes to a lot of story arcs, for obvious reasons. You build up to the raid and then you do the raid, right? You eject the raid, and that is a huge quantity of story content, which is just gone. So you want players to be able to do the raids. LFR was, let's call it an experiment to get players to be able to do the raids. And I think it has both succeeded and failed over the years, for reasons we will discuss as we go. LFR was invented at the end of Cataclysm, by the way, for those of you wondering. The last raid in Cataclysm, Dragon Soul, had LFR. Anyways, so well, it's not really that different. I mean, think about how many raids serve as the capstone of a given expansion. Like, we just did Dawn Trail, and what was the very last encounter in Dawn Trail? Oh, that's right. It was a raid. LFR stands for looking for group. Or, looking for raid is what it stands for. Sorry. It means looking for group, but that's what LFG stands for. So, LFR was a band-aid. It was like, here. Yeah, LFR is this thing right here. I say, I want to do a random time-walking dungeon. I hit Q, and it's a matchmaker. It finds other people, and there's actually a lot that goes on under the hood here. And in all honesty, WoW's matchmaking system is actually really, really good. It does a good job of putting you into a random group. It does a good job of matching you with people who are, you know, at the correct time and scale and scope, and it grabs people across multiple different levels because of how it qualifies that. It's a really, really complex system, and I will give them credit for that under the hood. Pluses. I've already given those pluses. Those are on the WoW pluses. But anyways, point being that I haven't said anything about Dawn Trail. All I said was the end of Dawn Trail is a raid. There you go. Boom. I spoiled the entire game for you. The end of ARR is a raid. The end of Heavensward is a raid. The end of Stormblood is a raid. The end of Shadowbringers is a raid. The end of Endwalker is a raid. And the end of Dawn Trail is a raid. That's all I said. It's the same thing. FF14 does the same damn thing. It always ends in a raid. Duh, right? There's a logic to that. But LFR isn't quite the answer there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and say something that everyone's going to hate me for. I don't give a damn. I think LFR was best back in Pandaria. Now, I want to explain why for just a second. See, Pandaria obviously had some issues, but part of the reason those issues existed, like the maze fight I just mentioned, was because LFR wasn't brain dead in Pandaria. It was easier than normal, but it was mostly just normal with the stats tuned down a little bit, and a couple of mechanics gutted out. And only a couple. It wasn't until you got into the higher level stuff that mechanics would then be added on top of it to add the hard mode, right? Heroic, and later Mythic. So, LFR in Pandaria was legit, but believe it or not, that's actually still not why I think Pandaria had the best LFR. The reason why is because Pandaria LFR actually had progression. Now, I should probably mention that War Within has managed to fix this problem. Credit to War Within. But in LFR, you can, in Pandaria, you could actually progress. You could gain better gear and gain more power and just get better and have progression at endgame just by doing LFR without ever even touching normals or heroics. That's not really been true at any other point in WoW's history, because they learned the wrong lesson from that, and in Legion they decided to make LFR give garbage loot. And when I say garbage, I mean I had better stuff from dungeons than LFR gear in Legion. That's not an exaggeration. And so all of a sudden LFR went from something we do every week to enjoy and progress to do it once ever to experience the story and then never do it again, right? Because what's the point? What's the point and purpose of it? Why bother doing it a second time? And that problem persisted for a while. And by for a while, I mean up to Dragonflight. Dragonflight started rejiggering gear progression a little bit. Don't even get me started about Titan Forging. Dragonflight rejiggered gearing quite a bit, actually. All of a sudden, there were a lot of different paths to getting gear, and there was actually rewards, thanks to the Vault, for doing LFR. And the Vault concept itself existed, and blah, blah, blah. There was all sorts of cool stuff. They did some good stuff, and they've expanded upon that in Dragonflight as well. For example, you may or may not have heard me say that I am currently gear capped in War Within. That's true. I functionally cannot go past where I'm at right now in gear and War Within. It's not possible. The only way I could actually do that is if I joined a Mythic raid group or started doing Mythic 8+ keys. That's where I'm at now. So I've reached the ceiling. Holy crap. Woo! But yeah, the gear upgrade system, the turning items into set system, the way that the vaults are set up right now, the way that the delves are set up right now, it's legitimately good stuff, and I'm really happy with it. But for 3 expansions in the middle there really was no reason to do LFR other than to do it once in order to see the story, and then otherwise, that's it. Because a lot of the fights were toned too far down, to the point where the gameplay wasn't particularly interesting or enjoyable, and there was no gameplay benefit from doing them because they either gave terrible gear or, like, worse gear than what you already had. Now, Blade Devil says, wouldn't that make it too hard to do LFR since most people wouldn't be doing it? Yeah, probably. I should also mention, this is purely anecdotal, but getting a queue in LFR in those 3 expansions I just mentioned was a nightmare. By contrast, back in Pandaria, you'd queue up for a raid, it'd be like a 10-minute wait as a deeps. It was nothing, because everyone was doing it. Lots of people were doing it because you could have progression in it. Now, what I find funniest, and I'd love to hear another perspective on this, probably from Huthor, because he disagrees with the fact that air is something to be breathed, but in Pandaria, a lot of the devs kept giving interviews about the fact that they hated the fact that raiders who were doing normals and heroics felt like they had to do LFRs as well, and they wanted to distance that. They wanted to get away with that, and that's one of the reasons why they toned down the gear in LFR in Legion, which was just extremely aggravating to the rest of us. Why would you do that? Damn it, no, not the water! It helps that Dragonflight raids were pretty fun. One of my favorite boss fights of all time in this game is in Amir Drasil. That's not a joke. The second to last boss. I'll just say that. Don't even know his name. Nobody knows his name. But it's the second to last boss fight in Amir Drasil, and that fight is really, really good. It is, like, scarily good. Anyways. But yeah, like, LFR was great. Why did I get on this topic? Oh, yeah, right. So LFR, the problem with LFR is it was always a band-aid solution. It was always something that was just kind of tacked on there to allow more players to experience the content. But they've never really decided how to let those players experience the content. And as I've already mentioned, I think they listened to the wrong input for the wrong reasons at the wrong times. And that causes issues. I don't know what else to put there. That causes issues. If LFR is too easy, then we run into the problem we've already run with face rolling with regards to time walking dungeons, right? If LFR is too hard, however, then you're going to run into a lot of frustration. That gets into determination stacks. No, I haven't forgotten. And if LFR doesn't give any gameplay benefits other than just doing the fights, then that can be an issue too, right? So, LFR is something that, as weird as this may sound, should probably go away. What should probably happen is there should probably be normal raids, which you can queue for, like you currently can LFR. And then there should be heroic raids, which you can queue for. And then there should be mythic raids, which you can't. You need a static for a mythic, right? But also, there should be one more thing down below this, or rather adjacent to normal raids. There should be a follower version of normal raids. Right here. And this is the kind of thing that enables people who don't have a full 10 or full 25 or whatever, and allows you to actually do this. Oh, and they should keep doing the story mode, obviously. Also, there should be a follower for heroic. Alright, okay, moving on. Blessed light, we have taken the pinnacle. Finally, construction of Justice Keep can begin. High Lord Fordring and the Knights are already en route. You must meet them there. Stand proud, knowing it was you who helped establish the Ardred Crusade inside the walls of Icecrown. Yep, we have definitely beaten the Scourge forever. Oh, wow, they built that fast. Look at that. Woo! That's a thing. A long and arduous journey awaits us as we make our way across the gates of Icecrown Citadel. I and the soldiers of the Ardred Crusade wish to thank you for all that you've done. We rest easier knowing that you will fight alongside us in this cursed place. I mean, will I, though? Perhaps you've heard the praises of our... hang on. Hang on. Okay. Perhaps you've heard the praises for our missing hero. Crusader Bridenbrad was in the broken front, aiding the attack against the Scourge when the undead army came down upon them. The many men of that allied force scattered, but Bridenbrad alone returned and dragged more than a dozen men to safety, one by one through the carnage. He has not returned since. He was spotted heading to the far northeast. Bring him back to me that I might honor him for his valor. So this quest chain is something I used to praise excessively. I don't do that anymore. In-universe, it's an amazing quest chain. But the moment you add the meta aspect, it stops being an amazing quest chain. Back, careful. The plague has gripped me, and I'll not see it spread to you nor anyone else. Oh, okay. I know why you've come. They've sent you to bring me back, but that cannot happen. I carry the plague of undeath, and I'll not share my fate with those near me. No, I'll stay here. My only regret lies in what I may become when death grips me. I do not fear death itself, but I loathe to consider serving the traitor Arthas. Leave me, and see to it no one else comes looking. You would do me a great disservice if you were to expose anyone to the plague I carry. Yeah, Walker. I'm just making sure more people are aware of it. And anybody who types !voot will get a link to that. So, I'm going to read this quest. I'm going to have a long trip ahead of me. So while I'm doing that long trip, I'll answer what determination is. Bridenbrad has contracted the plague. I cannot imagine a worse fate for one who has devoted his life to the ways of the light, nor can I fathom leaving him to die without lifting a finger to help. No, undeath shall not be his fate. We will find a way to aid this hero. There are those of this world that tap into power unrestricted by the bounds of our mortal frames, powers of restoration, life, and light. And Bridenbrad is no ordinary man. His valor and devotion shine through. We can only hope that one of these beings will bring back his life. Go now. Speak to the Archdruid Liliandra in the Argent Vanguard. So this quest chain is actually really, really cool in universe. I feel like I just said that. Because It showcases how far people are willing to go in order to save him, but also it helped to emphasize the true nature of the undead plague, the one that the Scourge had perfected over years and years and years of work. In other words, it was so powerful and so overwhelming that, let's see, druids, red dragons, and the Naru could not cure someone of it. That's how serious it was. Now, I thought that was awesome, and I thought that was a great way to really help emphasize... What in the world? No. To really emphasize the nature of the plague. Unfortunately, all that's nonsense, because what actually happened here was this is based off of a real-life person who had cancer. And as you may or may not imagine, we don't have a cure for cancer in real life. So, this story arc is about how no matter what you do, even if you try to burn the cancer out, you can't actually cure it. Which makes sense when you think of this as cancer, but makes a lot less sense when you translate that in universe. Nice gesture and all that, and that's fine. But the problem there is, whenever you translate something directly from real life to in-game or in-show or whatever, you need to be very, very careful about how you equate that, because it doesn't always... Where do you want me to go? God damn it. It doesn't always translate linearly. So in other words, this is one of the reasons why the undead plague is something that, oh yeah, sure, we've totally got cures for that. We've already seen that in the Borean Tundra. But also, even the Naru themselves couldn't cure it, because this quest chain. It also paints someone with cancer as someone who has the undead plague. Which, I don't know what else to say about that, because it's all right there in the name, isn't it? I actually have a specific example of this. It's from Star Trek. There's an episode of Star Trek called The Drumhead. Now, let me go ahead and say that I like The Drumhead a lot. I think it's a fantastic episode. However, it has one fairly serious flaw. That flaw is the fact that The Drumhead was written to be a direct commentary on what was happening in real life at the time. In other words, it doesn't make sense in universe. There's a speech Picard gives, I'll never forget, in The Drumhead, which is literally Picard speechifying to the audience about how to be vigilant in real life about what was happening in the United States government at the time. Which doesn't apply to the Federation at all. And in fact, doesn't even apply to the specific situation within the Drumhead. And so, it's a nice thing, sure, and that's cool and all, but it actually kind of breaks canon the moment you think about it from an in-universe perspective. It's one of many reasons why I tend to push against the idea of allegory being one of the primary focuses of fiction, as so many other writers approach. Hello, child. I understand Tyrion's request and trust in his judgment. We'll see what we can do for this Crusader Bridenbrad. What you ask is no simple task. The Scourge are not of this world. And many have failed in attempting to strip their corruption over the years, except for that one guy in Borean Tundra. What we need exists only in the Emerald Dream. Acorns that are infused with powerful restorative magic. Yeah, we're going to go get healing magic from the Emerald Dream itself. Yeah. Don't worry. These won't work because, again, it's cancer. Now, in the interest of fairness, that does not affect a review. We've talked about this before. We talked about this in Spec Ops The Line. Just because the developers are assholes behind Spec Ops The Line doesn't change the review itself. So the game itself does not get impacted by that. I just wanted to mention that because ever since I learned about the real-life connotations and direct parallels of this quest, it completely destroyed any of my enjoyment of this quest. It was just like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever. Anyways, I told you I'd talk about determination stacks. So LFR has a mechanic to help players out because, well, because LFR players are usually, I don't want to say they're not as good as, static players. It would be more accurate to say they're not as coordinated as static players. And that's the important part. You know, if we're doing a normal raid, we're probably in a Ventrilo chat or we're in Discord or whatever. And we've probably prepped for this fight. We probably know the fight in question. We've probably looked at the dungeon journal and said, aha, he does this thing. That makes sense. So that's cool. And we have a higher chance of actually successfully accomplishing the fight because we are there to beat the fight. By contrast, LFR is just there to kind of do whatever. It's with a whole bunch of strangers you've probably never met before and will probably never meet again. You may or may not literally even speak the language of the people you are grouping with. So, LFR has this concept called determination. Now, I don't know how the rules work nowadays, but back in the day, determination worked such that if you spend at least 2 minutes fighting a boss well, that's it, just 2 minutes fighting a boss, and then wipe on the boss, everyone in the raid gets a stack of a buff called determination, which raised your health, your healing, and your damage. And that buff stacks 10 times. Now, I've only seen 10 stacks of determination twice on 2 bosses in my entire life. And I've actually already mentioned both of them. One of them was Darumu back in Pandaria. The other one's Archimonde over in Warlords. That's probably a sign of those specific boss fights, but the point being that that's what determination is and what its point is. It's to give a little bit of a boosty to raids that are doing badly. Now, I'm going to say something that's also going to make people hate me. Determination was a great idea. I actually really like determination as a concept, and in fact, I think in many cases it has absolutely salvaged a lot of just the every moment gameplay experience of grouping with, 24 random strangers that you've never met before and will never meet again, and some of whom you can't even talk to. So, I'm in favor of determination as a concept. Having said that, there is such a thing as determination farming, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you've pretty much given up on beating the fight normally, and it's like, okay, everyone just live for 2 minutes. Okay, everyone die. Ugh. Okay, everyone live for 2 minutes. Everyone die. Ugh. And just farm determination stacks to be able to push through it. Now, in fairness, I've only seen that a couple of times, but I have seen that on Archimonde. It is good to see you are safe. Have you recovered the acorns? Excellent work. I shall open a portal to take you back. You and your Crusader have my well wishes. I hope this acorn will purify your Crusader and save him from the wretched fate of the plague. Thanks. It won't. I've already given that away. I will admit I'm more anti-allegory than most people because I've been analyzing fiction for the better part of 20 years. And frankly, allegory is more often bad than it is good. The number of writers with regards to games, movies, books, and shows who are like, here's a story. It's an allegory! And the story sucks, specifically and directly because of the allegory, is far larger than the allegorical stories that are fine. So I tend to be more biased against it because of that. However, in the interest of fairness, allegory is a tool, just like any other tool. All that matters is how you use it, right? So if you actually have an allegory you want to tell, and you have actually a good approach to it, yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we could use a clear sky in Icecrown era. That's too crazy. Well met, Death Knight. I knew you would return, despite my warnings, but I'm pleased you just heeded my desire not to risk anyone else. Why did you come back to me? Tyrion sent you to Remulos. I'm flattered. One does not call in favors with beings of such power idly, no matter how noble or altruistic they might be. You, too, are kind to have gone to such lengths on my behalf. You have my thanks. Plant the seed. I am ready. I feel refreshed, renewed, but the plague still grips me. Not to worry, I am still eternally grateful that you went to such lengths for me. A complete stranger. If nothing else, you've bought me a few more precious hours, not plaguing the world as a hideous undead. Thank you. Please extend my thanks to Tyrion as well. Let him know it's been an honor to serve beside him. I mean, I don't like Goldie as a writer, and I stand on that hill because I've actually read her writing and I don't care for it. However, you are correct, Uthor. There was certainly issues there that have nothing to do with her. Let's just call that issues and leave it at that. Saddens me to hear it did not work. No reason to fret, though. I have met other beings of good that may still be able to aid us. The Dragon Queen. Well, go talk to the Dragon Queen. Are you getting me a portal? No. Okay. I gotta have dragon flying, am I right? Yeah, exactly, Blade Taval. It's hard not to think of things from a different perspective, I've noticed. I don't even know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've just been exposed to so much fiction in my life, and most of that has been in the form of analysis, that it's hard to just ignore what is effectively the bulk over there, you know? Now, I know exactly who to blame for bad writing in Warcraft. It was you, Huthor! This is when Huthor takes off his mask and reveals the one who's been behind everything from the very beginning. I didn't aim high enough. Whoops. There we go. Greetings, dwarf. Your concern is clear on your face. Please tell me what troubles you. In this dark time, I'll not be the one to abandon a champion of the light. We'll need something sacred for this to have a hope of saving your Bridenbrad, a remnant of a devout being that fell victim to this very same plague. Go to the sacred soil of the passages outside the Ruby Dragon Shrine. As my keepers fly down and set a flame to the ground, you'll witness new life grow. Among those are Dahlia's tears. Bring those to me. What, like... I'm not sure we have any little people in Warcraft other than dwarves and gnomes, and I guess Volpera. Wow, it's just right there, isn't it? I'll take that. I guess goblins, too. I knew it, Huthor! Wait, what are you doing here, Rick Berman? Punch! Alright, we're good, we're good. See you around, Archeonvale. Ah, Dahlia, I miss you so. With her tears and ancient magic, I fashioned for you some small hope for your great crusader. You must understand, this cleansing of the body in favor of life anew is something well within my grasp. Removing the plague of undeath without affecting the body is beyond the scope of the powers I control. If this Bridenbrad is the beacon of the light, perhaps you will endure such cleansing and survive. But I cannot state with confidence this is the salvation you seek. Yeah, remember, the Red Dragonflight is all about rebirth. Not birth. Life from death. Or, if you want to put it into cruder terms, she's all about recycling. I will say one thing about the concept of Goldie, or rather, everything. Because we all like to blame people, right? Like, it's all Huthor's fault. We all know that. But there's this weird, like, swing, counter-swing, counter-swing I've noticed. And I've really started noticing in the last, I'd say about 2 years or so. So, people tend to blame one person. We'll use Rick Berman as an example. And it's obvious why you blame Rick Berman, because he's a misogynistic, terrible dick who was single-handedly responsible for destroying Star Trek, right? Not really, actually. There's a lot of other asterisks and nuances to that. So what happened over the years is a lot of people would look at that situation and say, well, hang on. And then there would be kind of a counterswing against those kind of concepts. We don't want to blame one person, because obviously there's a whole bunch of people to blame, and there's complicated circumstances, and all kinds of crap going on, right? So, okay, more nuanced take, sure. But the thing I've noticed in the last couple of years is there's been a counterswing to that. And that's the weird one to me. One moment, please. God dang it. The counterswing to that is the one that weirds me out, because I've noticed that there's been a growing tendency to say that you absolutely cannot blame individuals for things because of the fact that it's actually the fault of the group. In other words, people getting defensive about individuals like, say, and I will use direct examples here. Goldie, right? Golden Han, or whatever his stupid name is. Rick Berman, I've heard that one. I've heard that defense in favor of Bobby Kotick, for example. I've heard that defense of the Android guy, I can't think of the name of, who's in charge of Facebook. I've heard that defense of Elon Musk. I've heard that defense of Trump. And what weirds me out is that it's like, because you can see why I call it a counter swing, right? Because some people are like, in reaction to, well, hang on, it's more nuanced. Some people will then say, well, you cannot blame this person. But it's like, but Rick Berman totally is to blame here. Yes, it's more nuanced, and yes, it's more complicated. But Rick Berman was still a misogynistic, stupid, idiotic dickhead who couldn't stop meddling in his own show that was his own meal ticket because he got a big enough ego to think that he could replace Roddenberry, a man who himself is a garbage human being. Like, what? There's a difference between nuanced take and blameless. Yeah, yeah. You want to learn about Zuckerberg? Look into Hawaii sometime. You know. All I'm going to say about that. You've returned yet again. Why do you risk yourself so? The breath of Alexstrasza. You've gone to the Dragon Queen herself. I'm extremely grateful. I understand the risks of such cleansing. I am prepared. Whoosh! Oh yeah, that looks like that hurt. He's literally on fire. It was nearly as painful. This is chemo, by the way. It was nearly as painful as it looked, but it was as if I could feel some of the corruption being burnt away from within my body. It seems the plague is not so readily bested, though. Thank you for everything you have done. Your selfless actions have renewed my hope that there is good left in the world. I can depart without fear that darkness will prevail in my absence. There's also flowers that have grown around him, which is just interesting to think about. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Blade Dwell. Wait, did he really connect Scal? I might need to watch that at some point. I mean, if you know anything about chemo, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's fire. The Scourge Plague is no simple foe to defeat. Alexstrasza's words suggest perhaps we can yet save him from the unimaginable fate of the unliving, but I will not give him up so easily. There's one more path of light I would like to pursue, one more being I might use to avert this horrible fate. I appreciate everything you have done for us. I have one last errand, one last gleaming hope for a paladin who deserves any salvation we can extend. Go to Shatrath, speak to the Naru Adal. He has long been a beacon of light and a powerful ally of devout paladins. Impart his story and seek any aid he might offer. I cannot impress how important it is that you move quickly. I fear our Crusader does not have much more time in this world. So you want to just go to... Okay. That's a good point, Blade. I'm free! Woo! Blameless. Right. I'm Alliance. I'm Alliance. Oh, God, I do that so frequently. This one, I think? Yes. I guess he's right. Actually, I have Yura, and never again. I know why you have come. I am pleased that you have come to me, Marrowfrost. I know of Crusader Briddenbrad, and of your travels in hope of saving him. His valor has sparked remarkable selflessness in you, and this is a miracle unto itself. The light will take care of its own. I will extend my blessing to Briddenbrad, and he shall not endure the corruption of undeath. I shall return to you in Dalaran, and you shall return to him. Know that I remain with you. Blech! And I do agree with Uthor on exactly one thing ever. A lead of a project is also responsible for delegating that project. And if they don't delegate or they delegate badly, that is ultimately on them, to some extent or another. So if I decided to write a new Star Trek story right now, and I said, Huthor, give me a Star Trek story script, and I didn't give Huthor any limitations on that whatsoever, it is my fault that that story has nothing to do with canon and completely contradicts every bit of continuity across the whole of Star Trek. Like, he had a list, right? He just went down the list. If I go to Savacom, I'm like, Savacom, I need you to write a story. And I give her no restrictions. She's like, okay, hang on. And it turns into a love story about Vulcans and Romulans. It's just, that's on me. As you approach, you cannot help but notice his skin has taken on a blue, pale hue, and his breaths are shallow. It is clear he has little time left. You have returned to me, Death Knight. I must admit it's good to see you again. Your face renews my hope that this land will be free of Arthas' grasp one day soon. I am proud to have met you. His words trail off, a dim smile on his face. As life seems to slip from him, a gentle ringing fills your ears. Fear not, young one, for this crusader shall not taste death. In life, Brinbad was the bearer of great deeds. Now in passing he shall taste only paradise. The light does not abandon its champions. Plus the story. As I mentioned before, the allegory, which completely ruins this quest for me, does not count for the purposes of review. That is still a damn good quest in universe. Congrats, Mister. So Tom Paris and Jim Kirk go to Warp 12, turn into dragons and have dragon sex, but the dragon looks like women in bikinis. Plus the story. He's departed, hasn't he? I felt a small bit of light leave the land. I'm glad you're able to save him from undeath. With the doll's blessing, he will know no evil in his afterlife. We shall take heart in his shining example and in your selflessness. Thank you for all you've done. Sure. A socially acceptable way to vent anger. Nope. Let me tell you a little bit of a thing that not a lot of people tend to understand. I was going to tell this story for a completely different reason, but you've given me a second reason to mention it, Savacom. So let's say we're out on the streets, and I do something to upset you or hurt you in some way. I know this is going to sound like a weird way to approach this, but just bear with me. Have I caused harm to a real person? You know, I shove you into the mud. That sucks, right? Depends on why. Okay, I'm in a bad mood and I shove you into the mud. Shove. And then you beat the crap out of me. But let's stop the story before the crap beating. The crap can be beaten elsewhere, okay? So, harm has been caused. Now, let's say we're playing an MMO and some jackass decides to waste 15 minutes of 24 people's time by preventing them from doing the enjoyable activity that they are there to play that evening. Has that person caused harm to a real person? Or in this case, real people? Yeah, you see why I make this direct comparison. One of the biggest things that has always irritated me about the phrase, "it's just a game," is that too many people take it too far in both directions. Some people think it's just a game as an excuse to never care about a game, and therefore you are stupid for caring about things that happen in a game. Some people take it in the total opposite direction and say that nothing in a game matters at all, and therefore it's all free will, right? It's all, or not free will, it's all free game, right? Do whatever you want to. Something I used to tell people who would show up for my raid team, or more accurately, people who don't show up to my raid team, is if you decide not to show up for my raid team, you are not a good person for doing that, unless you have a really good reason for doing it. Like, obviously, real life is real life. That's the rule. Real life is always more important than the game. But, like, if you just decide to you know, not care, or laze about it, or not prioritize it, or forget about it, or if you're just a dick about it, in other words, which, trust me, I had a lot of that back when I was a raid lead, then you have caused harm to the other 9 or 24 people who are there trying to have fun with their evening and enjoy themselves in their life, that you are damaging, that you have gotten in the way of. Yeah, wasted time is wasted time. Period. So, I was mentioning that. That was in my mind because we were talking about the other players thing. And it is probably the single biggest reason. No, there's no probably. The single biggest reason I walked away from raid leading and raiding in general was because I was incapable of dealing with it anymore. Having to sit there with 8 people trying to beg 2 more people to get on and join me because the other 3 people I had in the wings to show up weren't online or weren't responding to their phone calls or weren't available or didn't want to or were otherwise busy or whatever, right? So, screw them and the horse they rode in on. Now, again, there's an asterisk here because if something happens to get in the way, that's something that happens to get in the way, right? Like, I've actually had that happen. One time I was raiding in Blackwing Lair, and someone was like, hey, I can't show up for this because I have to go deal with a thing at work. And I'm like, okay, you know, no problem. Thank you for telling me. And I just called the raid because that was one of our main tanks. So we can no longer do the fight. You know, it's fine. Cool. We're cool. You know, sometimes there's medical issues. Sometimes people's internet goes out, right? That's the thing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who just blow you off. Let me use a more down-to-earth example of this. Rather than talking about 20-ish people whose evenings are now ruined because you decided to be a lazy dickhead, let's talk about, instead, a one-on-one reference. And this is something I try very hard not to do. I am guilty of it, to be very clear. So let's say that tonight I have told Savacom, hey, Savacom, let's go watch Star Trek 4 tonight. And she's like, cool, let's do it. About what time? And I'm like, about 6. Cool. And then 6 rolls around. She's ready to go. I am not. I'm nowhere to be found. 6:15 rolls around. 6:30 rolls around. Where the hell am I? About 6:40, she finally decides to text me because she's worried about being a bother. I'm like, oh, God, I'm sorry. This other thing came up. I completely spaced. I'm sorry. And yeah, she has now blocked out part of her evening to do this thing with me, because she was actually being a responsible human being and actually adhering to something called a schedule. A schedule that I have just violated the sanctity of by refusing to actually adhere to. So, that is also unacceptable, although it carries the exact same asterisks as the previous example. For example, if something really did come up, or if I really had an RL emergency or whatever, that's fine. But if I'm just being a dick and blowing her off, then that's on me. The Knights of the Ebon Blade want to take the Scourge base known as the Shadow Vault to the northwest. I have a contact in their group who's asked for help. First step is to blind the Lich King. He's using a device known as the Ocular to watch the area. Our dwarves have created something for it. After the eye has been destroyed, find Baron Sliver. You mean Baron Silver? No, Baron Sliver. Okay, that's his name? Yeah, what? Okay. Let's go do this quest that, by the way, absolutely mandates having a flying mount. But anyways, yeah. So, long story short, that's why I don't do raids anymore. That is the reason I don't do raiding anymore. And probably never will again, honestly. The unreliability of other people is insufficient to justify the enjoyability. Or sorry, I'm saying it in the reverse direction. Why is that showing it's there? That's not where that is. The enjoyability is insufficient to justify the unreliability of other players. There we go. Really? It's right here. Okay, this is interesting to do on Dragonfly. This is not designed to be done on Dragonfly. This is an interesting setup. Oh, 4 more times and we'll have this. Why does this have a cooldown? Oh yeah, it's also why I don't do Mythic Pluses anymore. I poked at that. I actually did quite a few Mythic Pluses over in Dragonflight. But ultimately, they all had the same problem. Other people. Perhaps now we can really get something done. Don't be fooled, though. The Lich King can still see through his minions. Yeah, duh. That's why you're here. When I was in the employ of the Lich King, we would often use a device known as a Sovereign Rod to keep some of the more intelligent Scourge in line. Our Arcario assisted me in the construction of a new one. Luckily for you, all the necessary components are at hand. A Cultist Rod, an Abomination Hook, a Geist Rope, and a handful of Scourge Essences. Okay, I can do that. Right. I forget that I'm invincible now. Well, it's funny you say that, Yura. The solution I have had for years upon years upon years is that all we need to do is remove some of the other players' mandated elements. And there's 2 major ways to do that. One is proper scaling, and the other is proper NPC support. We actually have seen both in this very game. Like, we have follower dungeons, and the followers are really, really, really good. We also have proper scaling. Delves are the proof of that. Granted, that took some fine-tuning, but, I mean, they did it. And delves can be properly difficult even for just 2 people. And that's the point, isn't it? Something I argued about during the lore run, which at this point is so long ago that it predates Legion coming out, by the way. That's how long ago that was. Is the idea that... there we go. Was the idea that we could have a 3-man mythic. And everyone said, no, it's dumb and stupid. And you're all wrong, because we currently have 3-man mythics. In fact, we have 2-man mythics. In fact, we have 1-man mythics. So don't give me that nonsense. I was right all along. QED. Now then. When you've managed to acquire that which I've asked you, I will fashion the device. Quickly, hand them to me. Stay out of sight. The rod, the hook, the rope are all very self-evident, but it's very mundane in its composition, but it's extraordinary in its application. Vial, Lady Knightswood, and the Leaper would make excellent weapons in the fight against the Lich King if they could be broken from his will. That's what the Sovereign Rod is for. You'll find them on the ledges to the east and west of the vault, as well as on the mid-tier above us. The rod is to be used on the corpses of all 3. So you want me to kill them and then mind control them after they're dead. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Okay, well... excuse me. Oh, God damn it, why does it keep doing that? Just do this here. There we go. Hey, there we go. Dare. Where's Baron Sliver? I would have words with him. Why are you mad about me killing you? Oh, I guess it hurts, doesn't it? Sorry. Sorry. That is on me. My bad. I'm just trying to... Ace 3? Ace 3 doesn't interact with that. That's another bug I wish Blizzard would get rid of. There's this thing, and it's either a bug or an oversight, where periodically Blizzard will say, hang on, you can't interact with the quest button over here in the quest log, because there's totally an add-on blocking it. Wink, wink. And that's all a load of nonsense. It only shows up periodically, and it always shows up with some nonsense add-on. Usually just a relog fixes it too. So it's like, really? Hate that bug. Anyways. Do keep out of sight, will you? I'm trying to pretend I'm still under the Lich King's control. Alright, we'll free those 3 and put them to good use. Speaking of which... Death Knights, such as General Lightsbane, are held on too tight of a leash to be able to be turned from the Lich King's will, except under the most extraordinary of circumstances, like the Lich King letting us go. The General himself keeps the vault overseeing the creation of new weapons. Disturb one of his weapon racks, and I assure you he will come. I'll send Vile, Lady Nightswood, and the Leaper to help you. Well, at this point, no, Dakota, because we're no longer scaling. But up until the scaling, yes. Am I using a bag add-on? Nope. This is just the default bag right here. Let's knock this over. Fun fact, I actually specifically stopped using Bagnon because of this issue. And as you'll notice, this issue still exists, as I proved a few seconds ago. Now, here's a question. Normally this kind of thing is done because of boring padding reasons, but why is it, you think, that the quest turn-in for the quests we just did over there are all the way over here? Any guesses? I'll give you a hint, it's something we've already talked about. Yeah, that's another thing. Bagnon's pretty buggy. I walked away from it. It was a cool add-on, but it was pretty buggy. General Lightsbane and his forces are defeated. The Shadow Vault taken. You did extremely well, and you secured 3 important allies for the Knights of the Ebon Blade. You should head back now. Okay, but why am I going right back to the place I just left? Well, the answer is, and I've already talked about this, ever since they implemented phasing, they've been using little tricks to try and hide the actual phasing itself. Oh man, I used to use Addy bags, like, religiously. Problem is, then I lost all my settings, and the only way Addy bags actually works is by very, very careful manual setting of hundreds and hundreds of items. So, I stopped using Addy bags. Anyway, so yeah, now look, check it out. Now it's a base. It's a friendly base instead of a hostile base. So yeah, they do stuff like this to hide phasing. Now, I know Huthor loves this music, so I'm just going to leave this music playing for a minute. I will be right back. Good of you to return. As you can see, we have our hands full here. I guess. We need you focused. We're barely holding the Shadow Vault as is. As you can see, we've greatly angered the Lich King. I need you to speak with Duke Landkrill. He's in charge now. You'll find him inside the vault proper. Scourge also has a large facility called the Fleshworks, dedicated towards producing abominations and flesh giants. If we can shut it down, we can deprive the Lich King of a large component of his armies. I've sent Dark Rider hourly to the area. She has a small base on a ridge overlooking the Fleshworks. I'm told the Argent Crusade is sending someone to coordinate the efforts there, but the Dark Rider will know what to do. Find and assist her.
Make it quick. Leave me be.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We owe you a great deal, but we're not done with you yet. There's a very cool city just over the mountains to the west called Jotunheim. The Vrykul there are in a constant state of challenge to ascend. Winners go to Ymirheim, oh my god, Bobville, to serve the Lich King's elite warrior caste, the Bobs. The losers are reduced to Scourge Vargul. You're going to be my instrument to go see the more Vargul than Bobs emerge.
Tomorrow.
Notice the filter's still happening. First step we're going to have is to the Savage Ledge. It's just over the mountains to the west. On the ledge, the Vrykul warriors are always sparring, being instructed in the finer arts of battle by their Thane's men. Take this flag, issue a challenge. Let's demoralize them with the mere skills of a dwarf, shall we?
Suffer well.
So let's see some of the people who are challenging here, shall we? The right to join the Lich King. First we have Ephraim the Faithful. What are you doing there? Just stay out of my way. I didn't leave the Scarlet Onslaught to be distracted by the likes of you. Okay. Yeah, this is a Castlevania song, is what this is. Do not bother me, past. I am studying the inept fighting of these so-called combatants. I will best them all, and then I'll be elevated to serve the Lich King. One of the Chikari. Onuzon here to challenge the Vrykul, work himself up the ranks. Then when Onuzon fight in Valhalla and win, Onuzon's gonna be working for the Lich King. So I like this little tidbit. We've got a Crusader from the Dragonblight. We've got a Troll from Zuldrak. We've got a I forget what they called them, but the blue Vrykul from Storm Peaks. And then we've got her. Anybody who never played Alliance probably saw this random gnome and was like, huh? But if you remember, during the Alliance quest chain in the Borean Tundra, there was a part where we had to get the teleporter working for a little gnome. And when we did so, she mentioned that she had an evil half, which ended up somewhere cold.
Hi, you're a tall one.
I recognize you. I guess I have you to thanks for me being here. That teleporter accident was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. If you find yourself back in the Borean Tundra, let my goody two-shoes nerd of a duplicate know I've moved up in the world quite a bit.
You have a great day now.
A Drakari, one of the so-called Scarlet Onslaught, a gnome, and a Hildnir Shield Maiden. And now you? This is a joke? Yes. Oh, we're still doing it. Hang on. See if this fixes it. I know, right? WoW has always had surprisingly good internal continuity for little things. Like, to the point where a lot of people don't even notice some of the little things that are contiguous across the game.
You come to die!
See, now it's just working, so just doing a console reload worked. Yeah, Grift is another good example. So these quests are going to go a little bit faster. We'll probably actually finish Icecrown today. That's okay. I accept that. That's something I was expecting anyways, to be quite honest with you.
You come to die!
At some point we should probably look at these. So we've got Deathbringer and Rider of the Apocalypse. Interesting. Yeah, normally I would push against that, but Icecrown in particular, I was okay with being high level for Icecrown. Interesting. On a paler horse. Ha ha ha. You know, Icecrown is a chonker. Yeah, we'll do riders. Why not? And we'll do that. Why not? Oh, shoot. I was just debating that, Udor.
You need something?
Already I'm hearing reports of the prowess you displayed. Excellent, excellent. Now I think it's time to issue a decree to the Thane of those Vrykul you so easily defeated.
There's work to be done.
Thane Ulfring the Mighty sits in the ledge hall overlooking the savage ledge. I've studied him. He's a patient Vrykul with a head for strategy and warfare. He's also a penchant for biding his time and not wanting to overplay his hand. I need him dead. I've written a decree. Stand before the Thane and read it aloud. It should unnerve him at the least.
We will have our revenge.
I mean, this is... the music you're listening to right now is just later WoW music in general. If you pay attention, there's a gradient from how ambient the music is to how present, I think is the word I want to use, the music is. And the more modern stuff definitely has more present music. Sorry about that. It can sometimes be hard to understand what I'm saying. You know how it is. I want you to make sure that if you find yourself at the Savage Ledge, eliminate the competition. Okay, I can do that. Like, that's a trend that never really stops. Like, it's a gradient, as so many such things are. But, like, doing a direct contrast... In fact, here, hang on, let me make a very clear point about this. Just pause it. The song's over anyways. Let's kill this. If you listen to... Let me use an iconic example. Yeah, no, you hear it, right? It's just ambient background, which is fine. That's what it's going for. Now let's jump forward a lot. And listen to... Oh, I don't know. It's actually not the song I wanted, but whatever. Is this? Oh, here we go. Sorry. This stuff instead. Sorry, Tinky. I can't afford you as a distraction. I'll kneecap you. Yeah, you're no fun. And she lives. I don't think we've ever seen her again. Don't quote me on that. Present's a good word. Oh my god, they changed the appearance of my mount. That's wild. And normally this would be a plus, but of course we're not reviewing this stuff until War Within's patch content. But trust me when I say, this is probably going to be a plus. You don't touch me, you'll keep me from proving myself to the Lich King. Wait, I surrender, please, no more, I'll leave. Good. Onozone is defeated by the ugliest person ever. Hey! That's hurtful. You fight well, little one. I am bested for now. When we meet again, I assure you. And when we do, I'll be better prepared. Yeah. Hell, even Cataclysm has more present music than, say, VC or Wrath. Yeah, I saw that one of the writers popped out. I didn't even see who it was. It was the one doing Death and Decay, if that helps. My lord, there have been reports of other Thanes preparing their forces for a strike against us. We should move quickly. Call in some favors, then. See to it whatever they're up to, we know of it before it occurs. Death Knight. The key to my shackles is hanging on the neck of the instructor outside. Perhaps you could retrieve it by separating his head from his shoulders. Ah, there it is. Army of the Dead and Frostworm. I'm sure he calls them all out. Jeez. So there you go. Looks like I had Mograine. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy. Okay, I don't think I've seen that happen before. There's Trollbane. There you have it. Thank you. Just hand me the key. I'll take care of it myself. The most important thing you can do right now is return to the Shadow Vault and let Baron Sliver know I failed. You see, I wasn't the only one captured by these Vrykul devils. My entire contingent of Death Knights was also taken. I should have seen the trap before it was sprung, but there's no use crying over spilled milk now, is there? Now go on before you get captured, too. I'll see you back at the vault. We're just casually spoiling Legion here. In wrath. Excuse me, I have something to say to you. Ahem. By order of Duke Langtroll, commander of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, vanquisher of the Scourge, and conqueror of the Shadow, your order to stand down. What is your answer? Oh, okay. Well, you're dead. As it should be, I suppose. See you around, Uthor. And now to turn on the best music in the game. That is a huge exaggeration. I like this song, but not that much. That was important. By driving them off, you're keeping them from interfering with whatever we need you to do over there. Keep looking at Kier like it matters. You remember Lady Knightswood, don't you? She certainly remembers you. She's the forlorn and very angry banshee you, saved when you also broke Vile and myself out from the Lich King's dominion. She's gone to Jotunheim and possessed the Bone Witch. She intends to wreak havoc upon the Vrykul from within. She's asked you seek her out. Okay, I can do that. What? You can ill afford to lose one Death Knight, let alone an entire contingent. Ugh. I just saw that incompetent fool, Valen the Flayed, sneak into the vault building. Go see to it he rectifies this mistake and returns my Death Knights to me. His name is the Flayed?
Dem Vrykuls need to be crushed. Merrill Frost crushes dem's good.
That sounds like a quest to me. I mean, it would make a lot of sense, Magister, especially at this point in history. Oh, nice, Spartan. I'm guessing you're using bartenders, like, binding options, is how I'm going to phrase that, to fix it. I think I can guess why you're here. Now that I am back, I am certain the Baron will want me to recover my men. I can see we're barely hanging on here. The Lich King's forces are about to break, and we won't be able to hold without the Death Knights. Can you assist me? Go back to Jotunheim. Break them out of those cages. Break the locks. I don't care what you have to do. Just get my men free. Sure, I'll clean up your problem. That's all I do in this game. We face a foe that dwarfs us, not only in stature, but numerically. If we are to win the battle for Icecrown, we must outthink them. With Ulfrang dead, that gives us an advantage in Jotunheim. Let's see if we can capitalize on it. Let's see if we can further weaken the resolve of the Vrykul. Every day I wish you to travel to Jotunheim and put their banners to the torch. It may seem like a trivial thing, but to see their ancestral home vandalized on a daily basis will demoralize them more than any physical punishment you can inflict. At least it can't hurt. Well, you see off the deeper end. We are in Icecrown. About to put on a slightly different outfit. Boop. Oh, hang on. While we're here, let's go to two-handed swords. No reason. Oh, where is it? Should be right around here. There it is. Alright. Now we're good to go. We're no longer good to go. I can see skin. Skin is unacceptable for a Death Knight. I don't have a shirt, do I? Like, at all. Okay. Can I fix that? Nope, skin's still exposed there. That kind of works. And it covers the skin. And that's the important part, is the skin covering. Nobody likes skin. Well, there's the opposite of that problem. Yeah, we're going to play Lego for just a second. this is good enough for running around. Let's just do this. Boom. Okay, we're good. No more skin. We're good. I now need to kill a bunch of people here, so let's just do that really quick. Don't mind me. It's going to go a little quicker now, as you can see. Alright, there's the 15 kills. We need to be paying more attention now that we're higher level. We're still technically reviewing this as if we were time walking. I don't know why I said technically. We are still reviewing this as if we were time walking. Why did I say technically? I've noticed I have that bad habit. I've been trying to get out of it, where I'll add an adjective that isn't actually necessary because it doesn't add anything to the words I'm saying. I don't know why I do that. We are in TW. Jeez, what does TW mean? No, I tried very hard not to do that, because it really is superfluous. Yeah, it's a tick. It's a good way to put that. It comes out in my writing all the time, but that's easier to fix, because I always do an editing pass in my writing. I swear half of the editing I do when it comes to editing my own works is removing words. I don't want to be empty texting, after all. Well, as usual, just like in every MMO I play, I've just got the harem coming around with me. Although in this case, it's a troll and a night elf. Although I can't tell the difference between the two. Yeah, no, exactly. The polishing pass. The thing FF14 needs. Heyo. I remember this quest is sucking, by the way. This is probably going to... I don't know. Again, I just did it. This is definitely going to be a negative. Like, what is this nonsense? Icecrown is fine. Like, as usual, the initial quests are fine. And then the later quests just kind of start spiraling down in terms of quality very, very rapidly. The initial stuff with taking over the spot for the Argent Crusade, that's fine. And then the spot where you have to go to help the Ebon Blade, that's fine. And then you have to help the Ebon Blade further. That's the quest we're doing right now. This has stopped being fine. This is a very dense area with irritating enemies, and you have to get rare drops in order to interact with objects. And it's just mulching through this stupid place. And yeah, every single quest chain is just this gigantic chonker. It's very bloated. That's a good way to put that. It's one of the reasons I'm grateful we're doing this, where we can one-shot everything. Just take everything we're doing and multiply it by a factor of about 10 in terms of time. That's about what this would feel like. Oh yeah, I forgot to start this quest chain, so I gotta start this now. Hey, what's up? Once I had a home in the lush woods of Quel'Thalas. Once I had a family, husband, children. Once I was alive and one with the world. The Lich King took all of that away from me in the blink of an eye. Though I have not the power to strike at him directly, I will pay him back threefold. Marifrost. I already have heard of your activities on the Savage Ledge. This is good. I'm glad you seem willing to help with undermining the Brightcool here. You and I are going to have a great deal of fun with them. The face of the witch breaks into a reluctant grin, as if she's fighting the will of Lady Nightswood. And of course the Banshee is possessing someone. On brand. One of the benefits of possessing this creature is I have access to all her powers. As a bone witch and a rune weeder, she has the power to throw the bones and determine one's fate. Luckily for you, I have it in my power to influence those readings. Bring me the bones of the Vrykul that you kill here. I'll toss them and allow you to determine your own fate. That turns into a daily, too, or repeatable, anyways, for a buff. Speaking of which, here you go. I'll take Movement speed increase. And I'll use it immediately. Deep in the bowels of the Underhalls to the northeast, a mad scientist known as Dr. Terrible is up to something befitting his name. The Doctor has been given dispensation by the Lich King to perform experiments upon the Varghul, the Vrykul who fall in battle and are found unworthy, and then turned into scourge. We must put an end to his work, but my augurs have been able to find him. He does, however, have an assistant. Beat the information out of his apprentice, and then dispose of the body. So what's the carrot? What do you mean? What's the carrot? We have to give, like, a benefit. Like, there has to be some reason they're going to join us. Why would we do that? Okay. So the options are, tell us what we want, and we'll kill you. Like, is that where we're at with this? Also, that is the third of the identical troll lady I keep getting. And that's the same night elf lady. Why are there the same women here? The carrot is making your death quicker. You know? Some days... Now let's free one more person over here. What? Let's free one more person over here. Oh god, a Death Knight clone army. That sounds terrifying. Let's actually do this. It's a little bit slower than flying around, but it means we can do stuff while doing it. For example, I can interact with stuff while mounted, too. This is so silly. I can just roam around while mounted and do stuff now. God dang. I've decided that Death Knights are the best class in the game. That's true. We just need to get... You know what? There it is. That's the solution. Wipe out the orcs. Wipe out the humans. Peace. We will, at long last, have peace in our time. All we have to do is commit 2 genocides, and we'll be there. It'll make it. We'll make it work, I swear. Do you notice how infrequent these items are we have to interact with, too? Notice I have no competition. There's no one else here doing this, so the only problem is just the spawn rates themselves. Just the quest design is what's fighting me here. The terrible, terrible quest design. Oh my gosh. Pyrrhic victory. Look, we're not going to literally burn them. Oh. I like the way you think, Savacom. Listen, it's just 2 little genocides, okay? Ah! No, not yet, Magister. I usually tend to cue those kind of things in my brains. Suppose I could jot them down, though. So we've got all the way down here. So that's going to be... Where is this? This is Jotunheim. And we're going to give a second to this because this place sucked. I was going to add another padding. Because we know we're going to give that padding native. We all know how Icecrown is. We know this frickin' zone. We're actually making pretty good time, all things considered. Right, this one's down, isn't it? Yeah. So if this looks boring, trust me when I say, it used to be worse. I suppose that's not really comforting, but it's still true. It's Nazgrim. Ah, that's... okay. That's a spoiler. Hey, I found his apprentice. Sup, boy? Whoa! Alright, what do we got here? Opening the tome, you discover all manner of disgusting illustrations referring to the construction what the Doctor refers to as the ultimate weapon. Clearly, the prototype, Nurgold, is the massive flesh giant that lies at the end of the Hall of Horrors. If an army of those things were meant to be constructed, it would only mean doom. The only way to prevent this is to slay Dr. Terrible. Maybe if you take control of the construct itself, the Doctor would reveal himself? Oh, here's the ultimate weapon. It's another A-bomb. What is with the Scourge and the Chimeras? Gosh. Can I move? I cannot move. Okay, so punch, roar, stomp, grip. So punch. Fuck on. Punch. That's right, it's kind of a tower defense sort of a thing. Oh god, the Lich King with Ultima. Like, he wouldn't use it. That's kind of a useless weapon for him. But still. So do you have an example off the deeper end? Not that I'm saying WoW doesn't butcher its own lore, but you know me, I like specific examples. No, the Lich King would find a way to cast an Ultima that's just Undeath Ultima or something like that. And so in other words, rather than, you know, wiping out everything in an area, it just turns everything in an area undead. Yeah. Who dares disturb? Ah! Oh no! Why are you killing me? Ah. Alright, that's dealt with. I'll rise again, and when I do, I'll have my revenge. Uh-huh. Yeah, Necro Ultima, exactly. Oh gosh. So like, Light Ultima, you know, big heal in an area, right? Or maybe that would be Nature Ultima. No, Nature Ultima would, like, consume everything in an area, but then grow something in its place, right? So that's Nature Ultima. Light Ultima would heal and burn at the same time. Fell Ultima... Oh my god. Okay. So, logically speaking, what a Fell Ultima would do would be destroy everything in an area, and then explode, and that however much it destroys would expand the explosion. And every additional destruction of life would cause the explosion to expand further. So the explosion would have to hit a sufficient dead patch of no life to finally stop. Otherwise, it would just keep expanding until it engulfs the entire planet. A Void Ultima seems like it does nothing. Then you start to hear voices. I hope so, Frisco-born. There have been a lot of hints that they want to go back into RTSs, but a lot of the people who wanted to go back into RTSs don't work there anymore. However, there's definitely been several pieces of evidence that Microsoft Gaming really wants them to make some freaking RTSs. We'll see. We did just get Age of Mythology Remaster and Age of Empires 4. So there might be some of that we don't want to compete with ourself thing going on there. We'll see. Okay, so hey, I need to beat some information out of you without killing you, apparently. So let me find something here. There it is. There we go. Okay, now die. Cool. Thank goodness for the foam sword, am I right? Oh, RTSs aren't big money. No, that's not really the point, as weird as that sounds. That is an interesting question, though. If the R Ultima was used on the Lich King, what would happen? Like, Because the Lich King is not just, obviously, a mage, but also he's magically sustained. He cannot function without magic. I'm sure most people who care, like most people who have enough of a reason to care, would want a Warcraft 4. We'll see. Very interesting. It sounds to me like you handled that perfectly. I'm surprised the doctor was using a Varkul as an assistant, given what he was working on. You discovered and put an end to the doctor's machinations. It's a fine poke in the eye for the Lich King. But I think we can do better. The water lock outside my cave is teeming with elementals the Vrykul magi have yet to tame. I'm going to teach you a trick for possessing them, and you'll use them to wreak havoc on Jotunheim. Go open the gate to the lock. A water terror will rush out and possess it. You need to then possess it to use it against our enemies. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as Miristar. Like, the second Lich King is definitely an undead because he literally ripped his heart out. We'll get to that quest later. Now, I will freely admit I was surprised by how good StarCraft was when we went back and reviewed it last year. Now, here's a question, Miristar. What would happen to the millions upon millions of undead he is personally connected to? Yeah, StarCraft 1, Master. Listen, a universe divided is not ready for what is to come. But see, it's only the undead of the second Lich King himself. Like, all the undead would still have their magic. I mean, granted, all the undead nearby wouldn't, and Ultima is not exactly a isolated spell. Release you, Water Terror. Your name was Water Terror. I've never seen such terror in the eyes of a Vrykul. They think themselves masters of the world. You and I are going to prove them wrong. Very wrong. We must use the Lich King's tools against him if we were to decide our next step. Over the mountain to the southwest lies Kul Galar Keep. Within it resides the oracles of Jotunheim, who receive orders from their master, and scry upon others through the eye of the Lich King. It is the eye that you must fight your way to. While it cannot be used to pierce the veil over Icecrown's citadel, you should be able to use it to discern something of value, so we can know how best to proceed. Part of the question there... So for those of you not aware, the second Lich King and the third Lich King both do something. They send a continuous command for several of the undead to have free will. Now, that makes sense, because the whole point is to essentially use their total control over people to effectively supplant their total control over the people. It's up, isn't it? The catch there is, what happens when that command goes away? There we go. Peekaboo. He just called me a pig. Scrying upon this in many insignificant situations at Icecrown, you stumble upon something interesting. My lady. Report! There's word from Jotunheim. The Sleepwatchers believe they have found someone of significance. Describe this Vrykul. What does he look like? Look like? Vrykul, I suppose. They did not actually show him to me ever since the Shadow Vault. I'm not interested in excuses. Perhaps they gave you a name. A name? Yes, Iskaldr. Iskaldr? You fool! Have you no idea who that is? He's only the greatest Vrykul warrior who ever lived! Return to Jotunheim. Tell them to keep him alive until I arrive. I will judge this Vrykul with mine own eyes. Right away, my lady. Okay, then. It's funny you say that, Dakota. I've had the argument for years, although there is no real evidence to support this, that one of the biggest reasons why the third Lich King just kind of generically enforces free will to all the undead on the planet equally is because he doesn't have the skill to do anything more complex or nuanced than that. Like, because there's several cases where it's like, maybe don't allow the Lich to create a new undead kingdom of the Quillbore, but he's not good enough, right? He literally doesn't have the skill to do anything other than a complete blanket command to every single undead simultaneously, right? Just random thought. Again, there's nothing to actually support that. It's just something that is in the back of my head. Perfect. It's true that Iskaldr is rumored to have been the finest Vrykul warrior ever to live. And Vardmadra herself is going to come judge him. We must move quickly if we're to get into the ancient hero before they do. Quickly, head southwest to the halls of the ancestors. Within you will find slumbering Njorden. Wake them until you find Iskaldr. When you do, put this amulet on him and bring him back to me. Okay. Yes, Friscoborn. Yes, you do. Also, in Warcraft, dying obviously sucks and is a traumatic event. And so is being raised from the dead. So that's fun. I think I'll turn these in, because I'm scared I'm missing some quests here. Yeah, that is pretty much the point of the Forsaken. They are an entire species built around the concept of shared trauma. Which makes sense when you think about it, but, you know. Thank you, Death Knight. With the Death Knights you freed, we'll be able to hold the line. For now. Is that it? Okay. I thought Bolvar was a warrior. Which, once again, emphasizes the idea that he didn't know how to use the power. You're inflicting horrible mental trauma on the Jotunheim Vrykul. This is the place where they were first reawakened. It's a place of significant importance to them, second only Ymmerheim. You must keep the pressure on while I hold the vault from the assaults of the Lich King. Okay, I can keep doing that. Yeah, the Forsaken are one of those fascinating people, especially when they're written properly. Because being undead sucks, and they know that. So as a consequence, the ones who are good, the ones who are well written, tend to be a whole lot more positively inclined towards each other. Because they know that nobody else gives a damn about them other than themselves. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? You, wake up, wake up. Nope. You, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. One of my favorite cutscenes in BFA, and I know, BFA, is when, to avoid spoilers, a recently brought up undead, oh, there we go, wants to see his wife again. And so it's arranged so that he can see his wife. She doesn't take very kindly to the fact that he's undead. And she pretty much abandons him on the spot. And what's really messed up about that chain, other than her, you know, being a horrible person to her husband, is that the woman who's there helping him with that actually is very understanding and sympathetic about the whole thing. You know, for lack of a better way to put it, she's just like, look, I'm sorry. I knew this was going to happen. Most people cannot tolerate undead. He's a fine specimen that'll serve us well. Now we have to make sure to use him properly to trap Vardmadra. Atop the tallest peak to the southwest, overlooking Jotunheim, is Battlescar Spire. It's a place of reverence for the Vrykul, second only to Valhallas in terms of where they prefer to do honorable combat. We shall visit the not-so-honorable combat upon it. Gather your companions. Oh yeah, 5-man group quest, by the way. We almost assuredly could not do this solo. Also, I'm going to turn on sound again. I'm also going to give you a loud sound warning. There's going to be some voice acting here that is not properly sound balanced, or at least it wasn't when I did this last. Nope, I'm wrong. We're not there yet. It's actually the next step. Well, whatever. Okay, so that wasn't it. No, how is this possible? I know not how this is possible, but you must still be judged, Iskalder. Wait, what is this? Stay away from me, creature. Do not touch me! This? But this is me taking control of you. It is done. Return to my cave. We have much to discuss. And so now the Banshee has hopped bodies. Twice, actually. Yep, Mightiest Vrykul World. That was a 5-man boss fight for a reason. That fight sucked. You wanted a tank and a healer for that. Or some good gear. I put Vardmadra aside for the moment. She's someplace safe until we can enact our final revenge. The time has come. You and your friends must challenge the Lord of Balagard Fortress, the Master of Jotunheim. Another 5-man boss, by the way. Atop the fortress, which is southwest, you'll find a horn. Blow into it. Allow your challenge to resound. He will have no choice to fate you, and I, Vardmadra, will be there to adjudicate the challenge. Adjudicate the challenge. Personally, if I had a one true love and she was turned into undead, I'd probably find it in my heart to you know, deal with that. It would suck, but, you know. But at the same time, it's weirdly understandable, at least to me, that several people don't or can't, especially in this setting, where the undead have been a huge issue for decades across pretty much the entire planet.
He's on his way.
So, this is where we're going to get the noise warning, okay?
You dare to challenge me? You haven't earned the right!
Wrong, Balagard! You will accept this challenge.
Sure thing, Sindragosa.
Did the Lich King send you personally? Very well. I will dispatch these creatures. It is only an inconvenience. Prepare to die!
I love that there's, like, an automatic assumption that you're here with a group. Come on, show off some of your mechanics. He actually has mechanics. He's not going to show them off. Oh, hang on. Whoops. I evaded him. Sorry. No, I knew this was voiced because, well, the sound warning I already gave. Anyways, this fight was mean. Like, really mean. This is one of those fights people would hold on to for a while and then come back to when they could finally get a group for it. Are all undead at risk of being possessed? No. As long as... Let me try to phrase this differently. As long as a Lich King exists, all undead are possessed, functionally. The moment Lich Kings are no longer part of the equation, no more threat of possession. Now, you can try to compel servitude onto an undead, even a free-willed undead, if you are a sufficiently skilled and powerful necromancer. There's not a lot of those, though. Anyways, back to the noise.
Stop your train! Kneel! Let them feel the chill of Icecrown!
Honor guard, stay where you are.
Like I said, it's a little loud.
But Madra, I'd wondered where you disappeared to. How is Iskalder?
My lord.
I see through your disguise, Lady Knightswood. You think that you can fool me? You may continue your combat over Thane.
What? My lord!
But nothing. Finish them. Do not fail me, Belagard.
Die, dogs!
So then he fails him.
You have bested one of my finest, but your efforts are for naught. The frozen heart of Icecrown awaits.
So, yeah, notice he is still, as always, filtering. The whole goal is and always will be to constantly filter down and down and down, so that only the best remain. Hence why, once we kill one of his best warriors, his only response is, come on in. We'll see how well you do against my real elites. Hi, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Words cannot describe what I'm feeling at this moment. My revenge is complete, and there's nothing else for me to do. If only I could be there when the Lich King is finally taken down. And don't fool yourself, though. Jotunheim is far from dealt with. I'll remain in possession of the witch until the Reichel are no longer a threat. I see and hear many things, and something very important has happened since your defeat of the Overthane. You are wanted for battle in Valhallas. You will find the battle pit to the north. Go down with your friends and do a group quest. Oh, okay. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. That's a good question, Ismira Star. I don't think she does. I'm a dwarf in an area filled with giants. Oh my god. I'm so short I can't talk to her unless I jump. Wow. Okay, hang on. Wow! Hang on. Okay. You have bested our finest warriors. Your name is renowned. Perhaps you think that this concerns me. It does not. If they can fall to you, then they are not worthy, and they should be called nothing but lowly Fargul. But perhaps I can give you and your friends different sport. Valhallas is also a place for combat of all types, with many different kinds of foes. So this is another arena sequence. We're actually, as usual, we're not going to do the arena sequences. But there's the arena. Those fights are all pretty mean. And involve having to fly up to talk to someone. That's cool, too. Okay. This way now. You might think, oh, we're almost done with the zone. No, there's a good chance we'll finish Icecrown today, but we definitely aren't going to finish it before the lunch break. Anyways, the other thing I wanted to comment on with the voice acting you just heard, speaking as a audio designer, an audio engineer, whatever you want to call that, you can tell that they changed their minds and or didn't write down exactly how they did the Lich King's special effect with his modulation, because there's 3 distinct versions of it we hear across Wrath. That makes sense, sadly enough. They probably literally didn't save the template. So they recorded some lines, and then later, possibly days or months later, they recorded some more lines and were like, oh shoot, we gotta do this. We have one very last thing to do after Icecrown Citadel, which is going to be functionally our last thing. So that'll just be a capstone, though. Good. We'll need all the help we can get. All look in here is the Ardent Crusade's contribution to our effort. Let's cut the chatter and get down to the business of denying the Scourge the armies of the flesh. That's kind of a gross way to put that. The Lich King's tireless minions labor away night and day to assemble scores of abominations and flesh giants. But that is not enough. More and more skeletal constructors keep appearing to increase the pace of the work. If we do not discover where they're coming from or how they're able to work so quickly, we'll be overrun before we can act in force. Search the southeast, see if you can find the source of these skeletons. Oh, alright, let's see what's going on here. Ignore the giant throngs of the undead in all directions. Including liches and gargoyles. There's all kinds of stuff here. I suspected as much. We can't let this continue. Our first priority is to destroy those summoning altars and then deal with the mess the Scourge has already created. So there's summoning workers and warriors at the altars. They'll be the first things to go. The masters... The Master Summoner should have a staff which allows him to activate the portal. If you kill the Master Summoner and take the staff, you can use it to overload the portal and destroy the altar. Do this at all 4 altars and return to me once they've been destroyed. The Fleshworks is a vast operation. It'll be difficult to keep an eye on all that transpires here. Fortunately, I have a plan. She produces an orb from the fold of her cloak and shows it to you. This is a Death's Gaze. With it, we can observe the Scourge's actions and decide how best to strike. Place these orbs on the strand at 3 critical areas. Okay. It's okay, I played Warcraft 3. I know how to do this. Hold on, did I already? Yep, okay, cool. Look, all I'm saying is it was one of the best abilities the Witch Doctors had, okay? I know what you want from me. Just overload these here. Don't mind me. And yeah, I love how they send a Gnome Death Knight and a Draenei Paladin. Like, that's just got the odd couple energy, doesn't it? He's a holy warrior of the light. She's an undead gnome. Committed to destroying their enemies. Together, they're the Fleshwork Crackers. I don't know. I can't come up with names. The Fleshwork Gang? No. Oh god, I think I know the one you're talking about. It's Mirstar. Anyways, let's go turn in our quests. With the Eye of Death itself, I will watch our enemy, and with this knowledge, we will utterly destroy them. Good. Now we can focus our efforts on shutting down the rest of the fleshworks. The Scourge cannot create their flesh monsters without blood and embalming fluid to preserve the part to keep them functioning. If we deny them these materials, their army will fall apart. We can easily destroy their creations. Throughout the labs where the flesh giants and A-bombs are cobbled together, you'll find vats of embalming fluid and large orbs filled with blood. Destroy these and bring the death... I'm sorry. Where are they getting the blood from? Where are they procuring the large quantities of blood they need in order to build bodies? Bonus question. Do I want to know the answer to that? Now, probably the least horrible answer to that is probably they just have a giant heart they've ripped out of some flesh giant, and they're just using magic to maintain the heart by itself. And it just goes blugunk, blugunk, and just pumps out blood. But then, like, a heart can't produce blood out of nothing. It would still need, like, resources. How do they get the blood? Ugh, congrats, Kira White Noise. Red Cross. They reach out to Red Cross. Hey, listen. You know how you're, like, arguably a horrible organization? Yeah, so we won't tell anybody if you give us a bunch of blood. Yeah, it's actually marrow that produces blood, isn't it? Or something like that. I actually don't remember, so don't quote me on that. Oh my god, that's it. All the orcs are like, why? Ah, Eureka victory. And that's good news indeed. Why didn't the quests continue? What? I apparently didn't loot something. That makes sense because I have this aversion to looting enemies. Which I keep waiting for it to bite me in the ass, and apparently it just did. Let's just kind of start looting random mobs until they give me the... There it is! Ahem. You pull the jagged dark metal shard from the body of a ghoul. The metal blade lacks a smooth edge, suggesting it was forged by an unskilled hand, or was broken off from a larger piece. You recall seeing similar shards embedded in the bodies of all the ghouls that you've encountered in the Fleshworks, leading to wonder why the creators bothered to include the metal at all. Maybe the Crusader would have some insight if you brought him the shards from several ghouls. Yeah, I remember this too. This is one of those rare moments where the guidance in Wrath is pretty lacking. Most of the zones in Wrath are pretty smooth in terms of how they flow. And then there's this quest. There's also this guy. Yeah, I mean, hi. The light smiles upon me. I have not yet died in this living nightmare, but the Scourge will kill me and tear my body apart for the use in their work if I cannot escape. I cannot make it on my own, but with your help I may live to fight the Scourge again. Will you do an escort quest for me? Yeah, I guess. If I have to. Can we speed it up a little bit? A little bit, just to... Okay. No, keep coming. Come on, don't slow down. Don't stop. You know, every now and again I get someone who asks, hey, Lore, why do people dislike escort quests? And I always have difficulty answering that question because it's one of those things that's so ingrained into everyone who's ever done escort quests ever that it feels like it's too obvious of a question to ask, right? So at least one point in WoW history, NPCs could in fact get dazed, yes. I don't know if that's still true. There was a quest in Northern Stranglethorn, I can remember distinctly, which is an escort quest, which I absolutely have seen them get dazed on. The very first prototype races in the entire game were escort quests. It was actually a fascinating way to do it. Like, very inventive when you think about it. So, an escort quest fails if you get too far away from the person you're escorting. Makes sense. So the way a race would work was there would be an NPC who would follow a set path throughout the area, and that's your race, right? That's the pace you have to meet as the person who's also racing with them. I much prefer the more modern approach to racing quests, but given that this was BC, I still think that was pretty inventive for the time. It's about the only positive thing you're going to hear me say about escort quests for the immediate future. Yep. Oh god. Him. Okay, done. Alright. Thankfully that wasn't actually that bad, all things considered. What is that vile thing? You saw these all the ghouls down there. I've never seen anything like this in all my battles against the Scourge. The name of this quest is I'm Smelting! I'm Smelting! These could pierce armor with enough force. You have to find out what they're made of and what the Lich King intends to do with them. To the east, nestled next to Icecrown Citadel itself, lies Malicris. From one of the few reports we have, it's full of smelting and smithing equipment. Bring these shards there and smelt them in one of the open furnaces. Once the metal's reformed, we can identify it. The shards you recovered have only come from one place. It's the seat of the Lich King's metalworking operations east of Corporathar. What's puzzling is the metal isn't needed to stitch together A-bombs or flesh giants, or to summon skeletal servants. Find the runesmiths. Capture the plates they're working on. We need to find out why this metal is making its way to the fleshworks. That's a good question. God, we're so high up that the fog is covering the entire valley. And if you don't know what I mean by that, this is the valley in question. This is functionally what's left of Icecrown Glacier. Oh, hey, there's the invincible necropolis. Excuse me. Weirdly terrible graphic. Oh yeah, and the quest name gives it away completely. This is Serenite. For what is, I believe, the final time, we're going to go ahead and discuss Serenite. Look how spread out these are. I kind of hope not a Star. I mean, granted, Yogg's dead, but, like, can we do something other than mess with Serenite? No, we actually didn't really find out what Serenite was in Old Orb, which is funny when you think about it. Like, we defeated Yogg Saron, but we didn't find out what Serenite is yet. Have you smelted those fragments yet? There's no doubt this is raw Serenite. We've seen weapons made from it, but This is the first time I've seen it used to arm anything else. The scale of that mining operation must be huge. Oh. Were you able to get those runic plates? Well, these plates match the shards almost exactly. They must be using cuttings from them to enhance the ghouls produced here. The Scourge is desperate enough to make a weapon of anything, it seems. All the more reason to hasten our destruction of this abominable place. The name of this quest is By Fire Be Purged. The Scourge uses our own fallen against us, raising them as ghouls or skeletons, or by dismembering their corpses and using them as parts to make abominations. This must stop. The dead are heroes who fell in defense of the living. They cannot be confined to so grisly a fate. Moreover, we cannot afford to face them on the field. Take this torch, burn the corpses. So they've been embedding these ghouls with broken shards of serenite? We must put a stop to this before the ghouls can be deployed against our troops. Find the entrance to the Sanctum of Reanimation in the giant flesh tab. Oh my god, I'm reading too fast. Find the entrance to the Sanctum of Reanimation in the Flesh Giant Lab area of the Fleshworks. There, the ghoul mastermind, Dr. Sabnock, he keeps the most fearsome of his creations, Patches. Free Patches from his chains. Help him take his revenge on the Doctor. Let his own creation be his undoing. So, we do actually have an answer for why the second Lich King liked to use Serenite so much. It's because the second Lich King has a degree of style and a lot of ego. The general idea is that it's an insult, right? Like, it's flaunting the weapon of the enemy. Serenite is supposed to be this horribly corrupting, terribly damaging material that completely converts the living into itself. And it effectively has no real effect on the undead because of the nature of what the second Lich King is. So he uses something that the overwhelming majority of his own people would be extremely weak to, if not for him. To flex, in other words. Also, I'm just going to say it right now, Acris versus a Legion ship would be awesome. I keep getting Mograine. I wonder if it's on a cycle. Yeah, they showed off a lot of cool things in the Broken Shore, but alas. What's going on in here? There's a bunch of Serenite in here. As well there should be. Hey, Patches. I release you. Patches get revenge! Yes! Oh, come on, Patches, let's go. Oh, bravo. Do you feel proud of yourself now that you've unleashed this terrible mistake? I already have him scheduled for disposal, but I suppose we can speed up the process a bit. It's a pity so many fine and reusable parts will go to waste. Patch is not going to be cut open or sewn up no more! So Patches kills him and then eats him. Don't think about that too much. I do find it funny. The very moment I hit level 71, my experience gain, of course, slowed to an absolute crawl. In the entirety of Icecrown so far, I've gotten about 5,640 experience. For a bit of context, I need 247,000 to level. So that's an absolute pittance. Ghouls... Yeah, ghouls are kind of one-person abominations. They vary a little bit. Sometimes they're just, you know, you rip up a chunk of someone and say, hey, here we go. But they can also be a bommy. A bommy. Fitting in for the good doctor, wouldn't you say? It is not the burial they deserve, but it's better than nothing. And better for those who yet live. Thank you. The workers in the Fleshworks have already completed a number of their creations. For now, the creatures are chained to the pillars around the edge of the lab, but if we don't act, they'll march with the Lich King's armies. Grasping arms reach out from the bone piles around the Fleshworks. These arms belong to skeletons, enchanted with the power of fire. Find and free these skeletons, and use them near the abominations, and then watch the show. Okay. I suppose I can do that. Can I do it in a slightly less horrible way? No! It must be incredibly horrible! Okay. Maybe I could, like, I don't know, make a giant corpse pile and then set it on fire? No, that's not horrible enough! Okay. Just spitballing here. Maybe we, force the corpse piles to kill themselves? You know? Be like, hey, corpse pile, go kill yourself. They'll be like, yes, master. That sounds horrible, right? No? Okay. I don't know. I got nothing else here. Anyone's got any ideas for something more horrible? I do have this Nickelback CD. What's a CD? Don't ask. Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe. There they are. Oh god, it's an America Online CD. Excuse me, I think you mean a coaster. I actually unironically used those as coasters for quite a while. But then again, I was never exactly swimming in the life of luxury when I was in high school and college. And after college. Come on up. Why do they feel the need to keep all the A-bombs super chained up? Like, the A-bombs are fully controlled. Why keep them chained? Petty power play. You belong to us, abomination. Me burned. Yeah, that's what tends to happen. Okay, what do we got? Ah, good. There's nothing like the smell of roasted putrid flesh in the morning. Are you having trouble waking up in the morning? Tired and need a boosty? Try roasted putrid flesh coffee. It's got exactly what you need, and a whole lot of what you don't. Notice these quests are still going, by the way. I hate to point that out, but this is Icecrown in a nutshell. This entire quest chain is amusing for what it is, but, like, it's still going. These quest chains are just eternal. It's like they just decided, okay, let's just triple or quadruple the number of quests in every given hub, right? Like, holy crap. We had the same thing just happen in Jotunheim. We haven't even hit the third area yet. The abduction of Crusader... Oh, sorry, hang on. Why didn't it play? Why didn't the cutscene play? Okay, well, anyway, so the Crusader is abducted by, like, a gargoyle or something. I don't even remember. With the abduction of the Crusader, ignore the fact that he's right there. Hang on. He's off camera. There we go. With the abduction of the Crusader Ulakin, the Argent Crusade's forces will have no commander in the final assault on the Fleshwork. While one Crusader is the same as any other to me, the Argents won't see it that way. I hate to see us waste time chasing after this, but I have no choice. Our gallant Crusader's likely been dismembered by now, and his remains used to construct abominations. Go down to the Fleshworks, kill the corpulent horrors, recover his body parts. I'm sorry, how am I going to know which body parts are his? No, really, I mean, like, am I just looking for anything that looks Draenei-ish? Also, keep in mind, I am currently going through here. Like, there's a battle actively being waged here, because they've just started the assault on the Fleshworks. Sweep into a pile and cast Resurrect. Well, it's funny you say that. Wow, that is, like, the best drop rates for that quest I have ever seen. That was immediate. Holy crap. Have you recovered the remains of the Crusader? Well, I suppose it's good enough that we've recovered the Crusader, though I doubt his comrades had this in mind. Let's see what we can do to get him back on his feet so we can get this charade over with and complete our mission here. We can't afford to waste any time putting him back together. Fortunately, the Scourge have provided the perfect place for you to stitch him back together. Oh my god. Near the Fleshworks giant lab is the Sanctum of Reanimation. Search the area for a spool of thread. Then take his remains to the slab and get to work. You want me to stitch... Okay. I'll go ahead and stitch him back together from his own parts. Sure. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Yeah, no, it's the necrosurgery thing all over again. Yeah. Soldier, where have you been? Why weren't you on the front lines? So I died, was ripped apart, but then my comrades stitched me back together. What? Yeah, no, it's okay. I got better. You know, I'm here, obviously, now, talking to you. So, I'm ready for duty, sir. Are you sure? Yeah, no, I'm fine. We're going to give you a week's vacation to go get you set. Aren't you an abomination, technically? Well, I mean, no. An abomination is made of multiple people. I'm only made of one. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'm more of a ghoul kind of a thing. You realize you're a ghoul paladin. Yeah, of course. You can be undead and still use the light in this setting, although the writers seem to forget that. And for some reason, it was an argument that people would not let go during the lore run. One of the few times I got irritated during the lore run is people just kept arguing that over and over and over and over and over. I was just like, okay, oh my god, guys. Okay, let's stitch him back together. See what happens. Okay, he's in one piece. Ish. Hey! How you feeling? Thank you, the light, for granting me another chance. And thank you, Meryl Frost. You, don't mind the scars. Without your help, I would have been doomed to a life of undeath amongst the Lich King's gruesome creations. There'll be time for proper thanks, but now there's a battle to be fought. You, we will never talk about this again. Okay. Now, if you really want to... like, obviously, this is mostly one of those jokey quests, right? The ones that you're supposed to take with a grain of salt. But actually, if you think about the implications, what this means is his soul, because that's the identifier, though. That's what makes you in this setting. So his soul was essentially being split up amongst several separate A-bombs simultaneously, which means he was experiencing all of that simultaneously, along with however many other people. We ripped out his parts, shoved them back together, shoved his soul back into the one body that was his body, and he's just like, hey, I'm back. But for all intents and purposes, he is now undead. But that makes sense. I know this sounds strange, but for whatever reason, in Warcraft, undead actually mostly means alive. It's just another type of life. Now, that's different from Type 1 undead and Type 2 undead, right? We've talked about that. You know, natural undead, those are still undead. And constructs, those are still undead. But him, he's dead. He is now of the essence, or the fundamental aspect of death. And he's a paladin. Mulligan should consider himself fortunate. No one's rescued from the Scourge. No one. No amount of thread and heroism will save him a second time. Make sure he remembers it. You've done well. Now all that's left is to defeat the Fleshworks' greatest champion. Another boss fight. I do like boss fights. BOWs are definitely not undead at all, I would say. I mean, they're essentially constructs. I'm ready. Let's go. Can we kill this guy? Oh. Oh, shoot. I think I turned on the sound too late. Yeah, okay. I guess the Lich King isn't voiced here. That's unusual. I'll give the Lich King his appropriate voice. Your feeble resistance has only hastened your doom! So spout your platitudes and flail until you are spent. In the end, you will be mine, and Morbidius will be the harbinger of your death. Morbidius, show them what happens to those who defy the will of their king. You will pay for what you've done. For the Argent, and he's dead. You know, BOWs aren't really undead in any sense of the word. They're people who have been heavily mutated and constructed at the same time. So yeah, Biodroid, I actually like that. That's a good way to put that. With the Lich King's giant flesh champion defeated, he must know the rest of his forces are vulnerable as well. With you by our side, we'll teach the Lich King the meaning of fear. Yep, he's shaking in his boots. I mean, I'm kind of already ready to be done with it, but for the most part, yeah. I wouldn't feel bad, except I happen to know we have at least 2 more quest hubs to go through. And a major quest chain. Because this is Icecrown, the zone that doesn't end. We have been blazing through it. And that is very much by design. Thank the light. I thought Camros, dead or worse. Through your bravery and compassion, you've restored a great ally to the Argent Crusade. You have my thanks. You're welcome. Huh. Yeah, Vindicator Murad showed up in Wrath. Several characters showed up in Wrath. One moment, please. Are we counting the abandonment negatives? Played Trevol? Probably is Mirrostar. Yeah, we did that. We did that. Why haven't these quests been showing up? We did that. And then we did that. And we did that. Sorry, I'm looking at all the quests, because we should already have a chain, and we don't. I'm trying to figure out why. Yeah, this quest. Why is this quest not showing up? Real talk, I think Wrath so far is scoring better than I thought it would. I know that sounds weird, but I've said for years that Wrath is a very problematic expansion. There it is. There's the quest. Yeah, so, let me read out the Horde version of this quest really quick. Because, well, I've been pretty, for lack of a better way to put it, proudly Horde for a long time. This quest is disgusting. On the Horde it says, the Argent Crusade pulled my ravaged body from the broken front. What a glorious battle. My axe sang as it cut down the Alliance filth and scourge alike. My time is over. It is a good death. Carry a message for me. Fly high. Avoid the Alliance. Tell Corm I died fighting the Horde. Yeah. Let's read what the Alliance version of that quest says. We were neck deep in Scourge and Horde. The screams of the dying covered that field. It was torturous, unrelenting. At some point, my body gave out. I fell, only to be pulled from the. Only to be awoken by the Argent Crusade. They pulled me out of the broken front and brought me here. I'm not going to make it. Grant a dying soldier one last wish. Our base flies above Icecrown, and you'll find my commanding officer, though. Tell him I died, an agent, an operative, an officer, and a soldier of the Alliance. Yeah, speaking of which, negative to story. Let's just get that out of the way. Like, holy crapola. I might even argue for 2. Possibly 3. It's pretty bad. That was a damn fine soldier. Damn the Horde! Yeah, okay. Broken front. We went to such great pains to keep this attack secret. How could the Horde have known? The resources, the men, all lost. Inconceivable. Our plans here in Icecrown hinged upon taking the gate before the Horde could. We must recover quickly and prepare to mount another offensive. Let me try to explain how stupid this is. This is mind-bogglingly stupid. Gotta go grab a quest first. Ignore the giant bomb. Yes, that's a bomb in the middle of the airship there. It's a really big bomb. I need you to get down to Ymirheim, that giant frost frightful town in the middle of the Icecrown. Frazzle Gear Grinder is down there on the south side representing the Valiant's expedition in a competition against the Horde scum. It's her jump bot versus theirs in a King of the Mountain contest. Now, this is the kind of Horde versus Alliance thing I can get behind. No, Mr. Red. First of all, I don't think that would work the same against Serenite. Oh, I missed one. What did I miss? What did I miss? There it is. Okay, we're going to hold off on that. Serenite actually is anti-magic. We've already established that. It is also really solid, so it's like, I think it is the second or third strongest material we have in the setting right now. Once properly smelted. Also, I'm not sure dumping that much arcane energy, like, I shouldn't say that way. I don't know what dumping that much arcane energy would do to something like the undead. So, let's explain here, shall we? So, here's the Ironwall Dam. And here's where the Alliance came in for a big attack. And they were like, alright, we're going to do this big attack against the front gates of the Scourge. Just to explain that briefly, if you pay attention, there's like the first gate, and then there's the second gate, and then there's the third gate, and then there's the Icecrown. There's also the back entrance. That was the Wrath Gate. That's where they tried to attack last time. So, no problem. We failed at attacking through the back gate. So instead, now we're going to attack through the front gate. And we're just going to charge through the first, second, and third gates as we go through. So, what happened here, soldier? We were attacked under cover of blizzard. The Scourge were caught off guard. Our victory was certain. Then the Horde came from nowhere. They taunt us even as they lay dying here. Please, don't allow their mocking to be the last sounds I hear. Finish me. Deliver me from this torment. Seek out my companions. Leave nothing for the Scourge to raise. I beg of you. You... okay. So. This is, oh my god. So, I just want to explain this very quickly here. The Alliance had an entire secret operation to attack up through the front gate, which is admittedly already pretty stupid. Let's just start with that. Then the Horde had the same exact idea, but didn't know the Alliance were here. The Horde showed... No, it's explained. You hear more of this on the Horde side. The Horde showed up, and they're like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of Alliance troops there. And they attacked the rear of the Alliance lines while the Alliance were attacking the Scourge. I feel silly explaining how stupid this was. Hang on, it gets worse. Hang on, I have to actually find the quest dialogue here. Give me a second. No, that's not it. Hang on. Here it is. So, yeah, pretty much, Dakota. What battle? The troops were on a recon mission. What's this talk of alliance? You said there were alliance down there? I need to know what's going on. So we go down, we talk to the person. They say that they saw the Alliance assaulting the gate and attacked them from behind. Hang on, let me actually, I'm sorry, I need to walk this sentence back because the guy on the airship says, go find out what happened, okay? So then you go down, the guy says, we were gathering information on the Scourge. Alliance forces appeared. We took cover, waited until they attacked the gate, and then hit them from the rear. We pinched them between us and the Scourge. It was too much for them. And then his last words are, it was glorious. Then we go back to Orgrim's hammer, that's the airship. And his response is, and I quote, they saw the Alliance assaulting the gate and attacked from behind. After a brief pause, he burst into laughter. That is what it means to be the Horde. Were it not for them, the Alliance maggots would be holding that gate. Their boldness has brought us precious time. He's happy. He's actually happy about it. Yeah, no, like, I can't put into words. I was pissed the very, 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 very first time I ever saw this. I was angry about this. Now, what's funny is players have used examples for years and years and years of how the Horde is evil and the Alliance is evil and the Horde is evil and the Alliance is evil. They always go for, like, the obvious thing. They always talk about Taraho. They always talk about Theramore. And they always talk about Feld. No one talks about how a Horde force attacked an Alliance force, attacking the Scourge in Icecrown from behind, and how they were lauded as heroes for it. This... Oh, and by the way, the Broken Front is completely fallen apart. In case it's not obvious by the fact that it's called the Broken Front. So, let's sit back and take a look at this for a second. Here, is this better? Let's just know. Let's take a look at this for a second. Let's just zoom in here. Look at Armageddon here for a second. It's a nice sword. The Horde and Alliance showed up and stumbled over each other, failing so miserably to do anything that it wasn't until we showed up and actually started making inroads that anyone made any real progress. Only the elites move forward, yada, 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 filter, filter, filter. We get to Icecrown Citadel, but now the Horde and Alliance are at war because Varian declared war. So, having done so, the Horde then do the dumbest thing humanly imaginable, orcuously imaginable, against the Alliance. And that one action totally destroys any attempt that the Horde or Alliance will ever be able to make against Icecrown. They will never get further than the Broken Front because they decided to attack each other. Well, because the Horde decided to attack them. And that's the end of that. That's game. Campaign failed. Restart the mission. The only reason anything's happening here at all is because the two forces who keep actually having any degree of competency. The Argents and the Evans. And again, I've been pointing this out in both BC and Wrath. Remember, this is back when several of the writers still had the mentality of Horde equals bad guys. Because for whatever brain-smackingly, gobsmackingly, stupid reason, They thought that Warcraft 1 and 2 were the Bibles of the Warcraft setting and were deciding that Horde equals bad guys in almost all of their writing. So, negatives. You know what? Yeah, I'm feeling it. Screw this. Triple negative. Screw this stupid plot point. Because Takoida's right, ignoring the fact that it's nonsensical and dumb, and completely flies in the face of everything, and is arguably bad writing. Hi, Murad. There's one last thing. This is a because plot moment. Because Takoida's correct. The point here is to completely remove the Horde and Alliance from the equation. And, let's be honest, it for all intents and purposes does. From this point onwards, the Horde and Alliance will have exactly one bit of relevance ever again for the rest of this expansion, I should say. And that is during the Crusader thing, which we'll be doing in the second shift. The Trial of the Crusader. And even that, I mean, I'll point out how significant that is when we get there. So, the Horde must pay. Broken Front. It was a rout, a total loss. This will not be forgotten. The Horde shall pay for this. There shall be no mercy. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Desperate times, Death Knight. As uncomfortable as it makes me, I'm prepared to accept assistance from anyone, including our resident Death Knight. You little snot. By the way, these quests are giving me 6 experience. That's hysterical. Chief Engineer Bottle Wrench has proven invaluable in his service on the Stormbreaker. Were it not for his ingenuity, we'd be sprinkled across half the glacier several times over by now. Thing is, he feels he must share every minuscule invention or discovery, most of which I don't even understand. My focus must be squarely on our enemies right now. I cannot afford distractions. Yeah, there's something called an abandonment negative, which exists for a reason. But there's actually plenty of quests still in the game, and plenty of gameplay and plenty of content still in the game that is still content that still exists now. That is still gameplay now. Like, that's easy. I suppose you're asking because I've been going through as a high level, which I've been doing as kind of a strategic choice. But for the most part, we've been doing all of Northrend and BC at level. We've been doing it while time walked. Cappy sent you in his place, didn't he? Very well. Roll up those sleeves. Time to go to work. I get it. He's too busy to see him for himself. His loss. See, I've managed to acquire a certain shipment of solution from the enemy, and as much as I hate tinkering with inferior goblin technology, I'm inclined to make an exception here. Take this sample. I should run a few field tests to prove its usefulness, while I do a little reverse engineering. Okay. Probably not, Mr. Red. I mean, what's roughly... will be nice. 2 million divided by 6. Okay. So now we've officially entered the boring versions of the quests. Like, at this point, let's just get on with this. It's pretty much the vibe here. So, let's go grab some abandoned technology. And yeah, what Blade Taval said is absolutely correct. Some people just like to root for their sports team. I've mentioned this before, and I'll say it again. There is an ad that came out this month, which was Horde versus Alliance. An ad that came out 6 years after the Horde versus Alliance dichotomy stopped existing. Like, there is no HVA anymore. There hasn't been for a very long time. Yeah, no, it's... If I'm being completely honest, I personally consider it to be the worst part of the entire game. Boop. Like, the HVA is something I've hated since vanilla. Literally. And I don't think that's ever changing at this point. I try to talk about it as little as possible. In fact, you'll notice I haven't been bringing it up lately. The only reason I mention it now is because it's relevant for the story negatives we just gave. Also, and I mean no offense, Spartan, but the very idea of considering Braun as, like, Alliance is kind of eyebrow-raising. They have some good storytelling in Kata, and in Pandaria. And then they throw it all out the window in BFA. Again. For the longest time, I had the reputation of being anti-Alliance, and I think the biggest reason why is because everybody was anti-Horde. So I ended up penduluming a bit, constantly pointing out the stuff that the Alliance was doing wrong, whereas I wouldn't point out the obvious stuff the Horde was doing wrong, like the quest we just covered, like the broken front. This is a Horde problem right here. Hellscream's forces decided to attack the Alliance in the back while they were fighting the Scourge on their front thing. This is a Horde problem. But it was so obvious I didn't really feel the need to point it out. And so consequently, all people would hear is, the Alliance sucks, and so they thought I was pro-Horde. But to be clear, I'm not pro either. I mean, I've thought about that for years, Blade Traval. Like, and yeah, Eorzea, ironically, is a really good example of what they could have done here with the HVA. Yeah, if you lose a friend, if someone's willing to stop being your friend over an argument about the Horde versus the Alliance thing, they probably shouldn't still be your friend. Like, that's probably a good thing that they're out of there, you know? Actually, yeah, 5. Exactly. I mean, who rescues Kultira from the clutches of Sylvanas? Oh, that's right, it's the Thessarian. And us. Good news, I've managed to reproduce the solution. Hardly an accomplishment, of course. Doubt I'll live the day to see those Neanderthal goblins cook up something a gnome couldn't recreate in his sleep. Here's a daily quest. Nah, I'm good. Well, that's a good question, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. By all means, point out to me where the adventure supplies are in the game that we're reviewing right now today. There he is. Let's play Jump Bot, Jump Bot, Jump Bot. Did the chief send you down from the Skybreaker? Isn't that thing sweet? I do like the airships. Oh, that's just a daily. Oh, whatever. I really don't know, because, like, there's no Neanderthals, right? Now, having said that, Mr. Flight, let's assume for a moment that adventure supplies exist. Now, whether that be a gameplay negative or positive, I'm not sure it would be either, honestly. From a review perspective, they don't really change the game in any noticeable way. The main thing they change is the dynamic of how you interact with other players, which, like it or not, is not actually an aspect of the gameplay. Having said that, though, that would be an interesting discussion, and one I'd be willing to have, obviously. Yep, the Vrykul are secretly Neanderthals. There you go. We blew the lid off of it. Wake up, sheeple. That would be funny. I will freely admit I don't exactly have my finger on the pulse of crafting since I walked away from crafting back in Legion. So I don't know. I don't know how much that would really affect crafting. Or the market or the economy. It is wise of Captain Bartlett to send you. While he frets over your conflict with the Horde, someone must remain exclusively focused on the real mission here. Yeah, that's the thing. There's this very, very non-stop, constant vibe here. You see this guy, Absalom the Pious? You haven't seen it too much, but periodically he'll stop and say, we need to stop fighting the Horde and we need to go fight the Scourge. And then both Kultira, who's on the other ship over there, and Thessarian, who's right in front of me, will say, yeah, we're here to fight the Scourge because the Alliance of Hordes thing is stupid. And it's like, yeah, the Horde Alliance thing is stupid. So why'd you put it into the game? Like, it feels like a really bad attempt at a lampshade hanging, right? Like, oh yeah, aren't these people stupid? And you're just sitting here like, yes? Yes. Yeah, hang on. Let me phone a friend. Yeah. Yes. Yes, this is stupid. Because these are not the only quests that point out how ridiculous this whole thing is. But then again, I suppose the only people doing the quests are not the people PvPing. So, let me say that sentence differently. The only people reading the quests are the people who don't care about things like PvP and the like. So, I guess this is part of their trying to appeal to multiple things thing. Anyways, as someone of your experience must surely know, there's no better way to familiar one's self with the enemy than by confronting them in combat. While you are no doubt lust for the glory of taking Icecrown Citadel, I am looking forward to that raid. That cannot happen without first taking each of the Lich King's gates. For now, you must focus your efforts on the first of these. Return to the Broken Front. Kill a bunch of enemies. Okay. I know, right? It's Mirror Story. It really does feel like they flipped their dialogue. Like, what? The Sarian earlier had a line of dialogue where it says, "Of course I recognize you. How can I not recognize the man who helped save my beloved sister?" That's like, yeah, that tracks. Anyways. So, I feel like that would be more of a positive thing to me, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. The bags thing, I was chewing on it because, in general, multiple sources, multiple vectors to be able to accomplish a task tends to be what we consider good gameplay. So you could go gathering, you could go hit the auction house, you could talk to other players, you can hit the guild, or you can do the quests in order to get the adventurer's bags. Multiple sources, right? I'm not committed to that, but I think that's the best answer I could give there. Exactly, Blade to Ball. Oh, wow. That's the first time I've gotten her. I've been wondering if that was ever going to show up. I do love how the quest turn on things like, turn it over there, because I don't actually know where the airship is, because the airship's moving. It really doesn't know how to deal with moving objects all that well. Really, Death Knight? Nothing notable to report? He notices the abomination remains splattered on your clothes and smiles. I beg to differ. Abominations. They can be a very capable enemy. I've seen them turn the tide of battle more than once. What few realize is they can also be very capable friends. They're not deep thinkers. If you know the secrets of their creation, you can issue them basic orders they will not question. Fortunately for you, I know these secrets. Here, this kit will reanimate the remains of an A-bomb you defeat. Take it. Use it on the Scourge at the Death Gate. While it's not going to be crucial to defeating the Scourge on the ground, we mustn't neglect the gate itself. The flesh giants on the ramparts are capable of hurling massive boulders and chunks of ice, inflicting devastating damage to the enemy below. Muster a force to defeat these giants. We must know what they're up against. Oh, and bring me their spines. If memory serves as a trick, I can serve with you. So this is a group quest, which was pretty hard to solo back then. It was even hard to duo back in the day. And I bring that up because it's early on in a chain. So this was a wall for a lot of people. I should probably mention most people I know didn't actually finish questing in Icecrown. They would start, and then they would run into group walls or, you know, just slog and be like, all right, I'm done. Also, like it or not, the competition for WoW is FF14. And FF14, I'm sorry to repeat myself on this, failed miserably to capitalize on the Shadowlands dip. Something, as weird as this sounds, I'm actually angry about. It's not only because I would prefer it for FF14 to become a better game, but there's also a non-zero chance that would have improved WoW as well. You know, having real, honest-to-goodness competition. Why do I think they failed? Because they did? That's such a strange question. You mean the blight that was being used by Vermothers in the Apothecary Society that we don't have access to, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton? Sorry, Yura. Let me try that again. So, what ended up happening in terms of numbers when the Shadowlands dip happened was a bunch of players quit WoW. And then, do I really need to reload UI? Hang on. So the Shadowlands dip, it was actually a theory for a while, but we have since proven that it's a real thing, so that's nice. By the way, this is now like the third, I think, quest where we have to do this. That's true, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Admittedly, I suppose I don't have much of an answer for that, other than the fact that the Alliance have been, the Horde, because only the Horde have access to that, have been so hilariously... you know what? I'm going to not do this quest. We're just going to see if it's an optional. Have been so hilariously inept that they don't have the ability to do that. Like, let me try to explain this a little bit better. So let's assume for a moment that the Horde take all the Blight Barrels. Okay, they did it. Cool. And they successfully managed to send a force here to where they could then slowly move their Blight Barrels north to actually be able to hit Icecrown Citadel. Okay. Then they hit the broken front and immediately fall apart because of their own stupidity. Make sense? In other words, the only people who have access to the Blight Barrels to try and use them against the Scourge are stuck right here at the front gate, unable to advance even past the very first barrier because of the Horde versus Alliance problem. Now that I'm saying that out loud, I wonder if that was actually part of the decision to make to just remove the Horde and Alliance from the equation. Because Lord knows the Horde will then, Hellscream's forces, will employ the Blight Barrel several times against the Alliance in the Hellscream War. So that's cool. So Yura asks, how did FF14 fail? Because they suck! Okay, any questions? Thessarian takes the pustulant spines and drains their fluid into a flask. Little known quality of the flesh giants. Their spinal fluid interacts with the plague in a very interesting way, turning it into a corrosive acid. Poured from the towering ramparts, acid may not be a welcome sight to the troops below, but at least the victims won't rise up and add to the enemy's numbers. This is a 5-man quest, by the way. Reports of a powerful zombie at the Death Gate have reached my ears. We cannot allow a potential threat go unchallenged. Go fight another 5-man boss. Okay. So, let's untrack that. There we go. Yeah, so the Shadowlands dip is a real thing. It's not just a presumption, which I have to preface with that because this is the modern era and misinformation is rampant nowadays. Anyways, so the Shadowlands dip is after the events of BFA and then Shadowlands, a fairly large number of players bailed. And it was a noticeable enough thing to move the meter. There was a noticeable lack of concurrent players during that. It was more than usual. Every expansion follows a very, very similar pattern. Bunch of new players at the beginning of expansion, and then a slow, steady decline across the expansion. Only 3 expansions have ever violated that pattern. BC, Dragonflight, and Shadowlands. Shadowlands dip was a huge drop. In fact, the only reason WoW didn't die during Shadowlands, this is not a joke, is because they came out with WoW Classic. So, no. I forgot how this works. There we go. A lot of those players went off to other MMOs, and several other MMOs all started trying to capitalize on the large influx. Because try to think about it this way. There's only so many MMO players, right? At any given point in time. Obviously, they can onboard new players who might be interested in playing a game with their friends, but the player base, the market for MMOs, is kind of finite and mostly filled out at this point. Like, this isn't like the wild old days of the Bronze Era when everybody was trying to make an MMO and take a piece out of the pie and players were just becoming aware. No. MMOs have been around for a while at this point. So, if you are someone who's going to play an MMO, there's a fairly decent chance you are already playing the MMO that you're going to be playing. So when WoW, which is the juggernaut of the MMO space and has been for all of its existence, suddenly lost a huge number of those players in the millions range, obviously all other MMOs were like, oh my god, quick, we got to capitalize on it. Here's the problem. You can't just like suddenly add a bunch of content that quickly. It doesn't work that way. Game development doesn't work that way. There's just too much of a time gap in between we need to do this and then actually implementing the thing done. So none of the MMOs could capitalize in terms of content. The only thing other MMOs could do to capitalize on that is to do everything in their power to smooth over the onboarding process of those new players into their MMO, and to try and make the whole situation as friendly as possible from a public relations perspective. FF14 failed miserably at both. So, FF14 essentially did nothing, is really the answer here. What FF14 did in reaction to the Shadowlands dip is nothing. They treated it as just another day in the office. No change in operating or policies or procedures or anything whatsoever. So a huge number of the people who swarmed over in order to join FF14 were stopped quite literally at the gate because they had issues getting the game playable, functional, getting the account launched, etc. because the onboarding for FF14 sucks. Some of them got through because, you know, we're MMO players. We're used to this kind of crap. And then some of those players who got through managed to run into the next barrier to entry. And there's no nice way to say this because the next barrier to entry is ARR. Now, I don't want to say ARR sucks. Lord knows I've said it enough in my career. But you can see why after having... you can see why it's another barrier, right? Why it is another quit point, which is what they call those. So quite a few players ran into the second quit point of, you know, early ARR stuff and were like, this is dumb, and just walked away from it. Now, a decent number of people actually did stick with it, of course, but far, 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 far less than they otherwise could or should have. And everything I talk about, especially with regards to the PR and the onboarding process, was the kind of thing that could have been fixed immediately. If I was in charge at Square, I would have sat down and had an emergency meeting and been like, okay, look, we need to go ahead and fix the back end of these stupid websites and fix our account generation and account attachment rate now. And I would have made an emergency, no really, we're coming in the middle of the night to fix this now kind of a thing to get that all smoothed over. You'll notice they haven't fixed that as recently as last year, which is the last time I interacted with FF14's new player experience. So, that didn't happen. And that's what I mean when I say FF14 didn't capitalize on it. Guild Wars 2, by contrast, actually did manage to do pretty well for itself and managed to maintain a decent number of new players. However, Guild Wars 2 also got really lucky. Guild Wars 2, while the Shadowlands dip was happening, was going through its final expansion, which was Dragon something. I forget what it's called. That was a solid expansion, which they were already ready to go on. So they were already poised to benefit from all those new players, because they already had some really good content in the works. Make sense? And of course, Guild Wars 2's onboarding is a joke. It's just, all right, new account, and done. And then you're good to go. It's just about as easy as WoW's is. End of Dragons. That was it. End of Dragons. Ironically, though, according to the numbers, and this is not completely up-to-date information, do you know which MMO benefited the most from the Shadowlands dip? Classic did. You've done well, Death Knight. When our armies arrive to march on the Citadel, we will have a solid plan in place for taking the Deathgate. Well done. Perhaps with some investigation, we can discover how they're bringing such creatures into existence. I've got an interesting assignment for you. If you're up for a challenge, that is. We've been tipped off about an opening below Icecrown Citadel. Our engineers have studied the layout and decided it's a structural weakness. We've sent some men there along with some borrowed Serenite bombs. They're under Captain Kendall's command. With a little help, we could deal a huge blow to the forces of the Scourge. What say you? Well, let's do it. You can kind of skip Guild Wars 2's vanilla. There's methods and procedures in the game to, without having to go spend real money, just say, yeah, I don't feel like doing ARR, to use an equivalent. Just kind of skip straight to the Heavensward stuff. Actually, I think the closest equivalent would be, imagine you could just skip straight to I'm not sure what exactly, somewhere in the patch content, somewhere in the ARR patch content. Oh, it's on the other side because it's Alliance. Right. Filthy Alliance slime. Check it out. This is what's under Icecrown Citadel. Interesting place to be here. Hail, Marrowfrost. Thessarian mentioned you'd be dropping by. Any friend of Thessarian's is my friend. Well, any living friend of Thessarian. He keeps him odd company. The bombs are in place. We're only going to get one shot of this. So we need to make this count. We need temporary control of the area. Let's try to put a dent in the local Scourge numbers. Okay. I can do that. So if new WoW players had to go through an unabandoned BC, do you think it'll be worse than going through ARR? No, but I do think it would be essentially as bad. Like, it is a very good equivalent. I obviously am very personally against such a concept. That would be terrible to me, personally. But as for what that would do to the player base, that's a little bit more questionable, and that I don't have an answer for. You're as good as Thessarian said. Good job. He's looking good. I'll put the stack of bombs right near the pit, and I'll evacuate the men. Okay. You want me to set off the bombs? Okay, I can go do that. Alright. As you light the fuse, you notice it's consuming by the fire faster than you would have expected. The bombs are about to go off, and your best chance at survival is to lean into the pit and hope the fall doesn't kill you. Well, shoot. Oh, thank goodness. Water is, of course, you know, completely... Where are we? Looks like we're down with the Nerubian stuff. But those are Naraki wandering around. What is that? Do you see that? There's a pulsing object covered in a thick layer of ice. It's shimmering strangely beneath the water. The object is not a crystal, it's some kind of organ encased in ice. As you touch it, your hand reels in horrible pain. You feel as if your hand has been cut, but there's no visible wound. As you collect your thoughts, you hear a young boy's voice nearby. You really shouldn't have done that. Hello? There's a young human child here named Matthias Lenner. I saw him get rid of it, you know. He threw it all the way down here. Said he wouldn't need it anymore. Said it made him weak. You shouldn't have touched it. But now that you did, he's going to come looking for you. And he'll find you. Unless you hide yourself from him. Bring me the blood from the faceless ones if you want to live. Okay. I myself have posited that exact same idea, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. In fact, I can even tell you this specific option. So there would be story mode, which is kind of what I'm doing right now, just one-shotting everything. There would be normal, which is kind of what, like, normal time walking is actually like. Then there would be 3-man, in which you could probably solo it, but it'd be rough, but it's designed for like 1, 2, or 3 people. And then there's 5-man, aka everything is designed to be a dungeon. So you would actually need to be having a group and being coordinated just to go questing. That would be awesome. The only question mark would be, how do we change up the rewards from that to accommodate? Because you know players wouldn't do things, for the most part, if there wasn't some reward for it. Yeah, the name gives it away, but if it's not obvious, and I'll just go ahead and tell you right now, that is Arthas. The real Arthas. Or at least as close to the real Arthas as we're going to find. So, at some point in his career, Arthas' soul was ripped out of him. Now, I say that way because not everyone agrees on exactly when that happened or why or how. But all we know is that at some point or another, his soul was ripped out. So, what we've been seeing wandering around since Warcraft 3 is Death Knight Arthas. That's my term for it. That is the Arthas that, you know, is absent his soul. This is Arthas' soul. Did you get the blood? What are you waiting for? You have to rub it on you. Quick, or he'll see you. You should leave now. You'll find a portal behind me. He'll take you to the surface. We'll meet again. He'll be looking for you. It's only a matter of time before he finds you. I'm going to go ahead and be honest. When I first did this quest, when I first discovered this quest, it was kind of a what moment for me. It's you. We thought you were a goner. The explosion of yours put quite a hurt on the Scourge. We nearly took out Captain Kendall's eyebrows in the process. Alright, let's not celebrate just yet. We need to capitalize on the momentum. We've spotted a workable Horde Demolisher class thing. What? Hang on. Nope, that's right. We've spotted a workable Horde Demolisher class catapult in the field below. The Geist are taking it apart. If you can put it back together, we'll be able to do some serious damage to the Scourge's armies in the valleys. Sure, you'll be a little outnumbered, but I've got faith in you. To be clear, we didn't know the specifics of how the soul interaction worked back then. All we knew was that there was this kid who had an obvious anagram for Arthas Menethil, and he was giving us quests in Icecrown, and it was just this kind of, huh? Moment. My favorite part is that you just go back to business as usual immediately after seeing him. It's just, okay, back into normal operations. Time to go keep fighting the Scourge. There was even some discussion that he might have been an old god thing, considering the fact that we find him all the way down in the depths, around where there's a whole bunch of Naraki. Of course, the reason for that is because that's where his heart is. That's where he ripped out his heart and shoved it down. Like, threw it into the deepest pit he could find. The Demolisher's seen better days, but the structure hasn't suffered any permanent damage. Okay, we can get this thing running. Oh. Hey, it's the kid again. You can use this machine against the Scourge. You're not going to win against them like that. You can destroy hundreds, thousands of them, but you won't win. Not here. When you're done playing with your machine, meet me up north. There's an old army encampment. I'll show you a little bit about what you're up against. Probably none, Lord Harrimont. Not really. There's obvious symbolism on display, but as this quest chain will elaborate, the heart was more or less just the thing that he ripped out in order to make himself undead. In other words, the real significance is not the heart, it's the being alive part. The one thing that Death Knight Arthas despised most of all was being alive. So we had to fix that. There's another layer to that, which we'll get to in a minute. Which is... we'll get to it in a minute. And by a minute, I mean after the lunch break, because this is taking forever. My god. So many Scourge to kill. I'm making so many inroads. I'm going to win because I'm killing so many Scourge. That's definitely how you beat the Scourge, is by just mowing them down. That's how you beat the Swarm, too, if I'm not mistaken. If you just kill a few billion Swarm, apparently you'll just win against the Zerg. Wink, wink. That's true. Eventually they'll run out of resources. Also, as for the weakening thing, we'll talk about that later. That's why I'm not responding to that yet, Mr. Floyd. Because that doesn't really have anything to do with the heart thing yet. That has everything to do with the heart, as it will eventually be. So you're skipping ahead in the script here, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Yep, just a couple billion. We'll be good. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Forget about it. Correct, Magister. Even the quests that are at the Broken Front are completely agnostic. All that's different is a little bit of the dialogue. But it's the same quests. As usual, like with every vehicle quest in Wrath, it's a little rough, a little boring. I have no defense to offer this quest chain. Go get groceries. It's cool. I do love me some bugs, Braven. So yeah, there's the remains of a camp here. What's left of a camp? There you are. You see? You killed your fair share, but for everyone you destroyed, another one rose from the dirt to take its place. You don't know what you're up against. Let me show you. You probably think you're quite strong, fighting these undead and crushing their bones beneath your war machines. But it's nothing compared to the strength it took to create them. I saw the prince do it himself. I can show it how it happened if you'd like. I love our name here as the Prodigal Leader. So, here's all our troops. They're pretty happy, I would say. We did it. We fought back the Scourge. We won, everyone. Yeah, this is our army from Warcraft 3 right here. What's left of it by the end of the Warcraft 3 human campaign. See you around off the deeper end. Good one. I like it. 2 vehicle quests in a row here. Yeah, this is a little different than running around with the catapult siege thing. Yeah, this vehicle quest is a little... I feel like I just said that. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Oh my god. Oh, hang on, I gotta eat my own minions. There we go. Nom, nom. There we go. Let's get all of them mad. There we go. Group them up. Group them up. Send out a few more dozen. Every one of you that dies is another one of me that rises. Yeah, seriously, you need to keep your ghouls alive. Come on, Arthas, where's Death Coil? Stop using Sacrifice Minion, God. Yeah, there's actually a disturbingly small amount of dialogue in this section. They're all just like, stand your ground, man. It's like, against what? Why bother? The prince's true power wasn't his ability to make armies out of corpses. That was easy. Killing his own men, with whom he'd shared so many battles, the prince's true power was his ability to do what had to be done. Do you see now? Sending your men against the prince's army just swells their numbers. I don't expect you to understand. You'll probably just end up like the others. You'd best return to whoever sent you. They might be worried. pillows are. Nice shooting. Scourge never stood a chance. You feeling okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Not that that would be an unusual thing around these parts now that I think about it. You're a real star. See, when I give one of these other soldiers an assignment, the odds of them getting it done are about 50-50. The odds of them coming back are slightly worse. But with you, it's always a guaranteed thing, like gnomish clockwork. Anyways, I've got another one for you. Sindragosa's Fall. There's some serious cultist activity there, including and not limited to the raising of frost worms. I want you to go kick their teeth in. I hate cultists. Okay. Wonder why they call it Sindragosa's Fall. A whole brood of blue dragons fell here. Now, one by one, they're being raised by his servants. He raised the biggest of them all himself. Bring me some bone dust. I'll show you how he did it. This is also one of those weird things. You're never going to be able to show the cinematic as high quality as it was in the cinematic. But yeah, this is where the cinematic happened. Right there. Oh my god. Why are they so spread out? I think the biggest problem I have with this quest chain is it kind of sucks gameplay-wise. Even by the standards of Icecrown, this is pretty padded. This whole chain is. Like, every step is kill entirely too many things or loot to entirely too many things in order to progress. So I think this is going to be one of those plus to story, negative to gameplay kind of situations. Like, I'm running around one-shotting everything while fighting on a horse. And this is still taking this long. I suppose I just sound impatient, but, like, you get my point, right? Kill 150 Scourge with a slow-moving artillery vehicle. Okay. One of the things I find most interesting, too, is Arthas here seems primarily to be focusing on just trying to convince us how pointless it is to even try to resist the Second Lich King. I suppose I don't blame him. By all accounts, our cause is completely hopeless. And, I mean, not to make the point, but we came extremely close from permanently losing, so... Did you get the dust? Even the mighty worms had to heed his call. How's a simple mortal like you gonna resist him? You have a lot of questions. You're the only one who can see me because you touched something that once belonged to him. Don't you remember? You don't know what it is? I can't tell you. That'll make him really mad. He's not just a prince anymore. He's the king. Oops. There's Sindragosa. That's a new bug. There we go. You don't know what it is? I can't tell you. That would make him really mad. He's not just the prince anymore. He's the king. Maybe at the Court of Bones. You can see for yourself. You just call it the Court of Bones. Okay. Those of you who haven't put 2 and 2 together yet. Nice job. You make the rest of us look bad. Yeah, I know. I'll be back. Oh, there he is. There you are. Started to wonder whether you'd show up. Before the prince became a king, he fought many battles, but only one where he came close to dying. He fought right here. After you let me show you what happened, you'll understand everything. Find the blood-stained stone and pick it up. You'll see what happened. There it is. There's still frozen blood on it, like 6 years later. Hey, it's Illidan! I think we're just gonna... Oh, we're not gonna one-shot him. Ooh, that's interesting. Ooh. Okay, hang on. There we go. So you can't see it properly because how my HUD is lined up. But we have a debuff called bleeding. There we go. And the debuff specifically says you've taken so many wounds. If oh god, you know what? Hang on, why don't I just look it up? Fun fight, too. It's not going to show me the freaking debuff. There's a cool debuff here. I suppose it doesn't matter. It says, you know, you've been pierced by the glaives of Azeroth, and you are now bleeding to death. If only you didn't have your heart. Something like that. After that fight, the prince realized what was holding him back was he was still human. He could still feel, he could still bleed, he still had a heart. The first thing he did when he became king was to rid himself of it. He threw it down into the pit where we first met, and you were the first person to touch its sense. Now that you know what you're up against, an opponent who no longer knows pain, or remorse, or humanity. An opponent who'll do anything to get what he wants. The heart was his weakness. Now he knows you found it. If you're going to go back for it, you best didn't send help. You will not leave it unguarded again. Okay. Thanks for the help there. Also, lol, Lord Haramount. Yep. Slow down. Hold on. Why didn't you start from the beginning? Okay, it's not the first time I've heard that story about Arthas and his heart. Always thought it was some made-up tale to impress the rank and file. We must act on this information immediately. Unfortunately, we must do so in secret. Arthas's agents are everywhere, and if he finds out our plan is dead in the water. We need to take this to the Argent Crusade. Every paladin in that order was handpicked by Tyrion himself. If there's anyone free of cultist infiltration, it's those guys. Yeah, let's go talk to Tyrion. That's a great idea. Heavy words. If there was anybody else saying them, I'd likely to judge them insane. Just this morning, My scouts informed me of a Cult of the Damned procession leaving from Icecrown Citadel to the Cathedral of Darkness bearing an artifact. And now I learn it might contain Arthas' own heart, a thing containing the last bit of his remaining humanity. This is a sign of the light. As long as such an artifact exists, there's a chance that Arthas Menethil can become a man again. Meet me at the entrance. Sure. God, they literally didn't get past the front gate. Sorry, just idiots. It's funny you say that, Spartan. Where are my cultist robes? Do I have to kill someone for them? Ugh, I hate having to kill people for robes. Hey guys. Ugh. Give me your robes. Give me your robes. Thank you. As soon as I finish this quest chain. Yep, I'm definitely a cultist. You can tell because I have a hood on. Ah, dang it. I gotta actually trigger this. Hang on. Yes, the Star Wars thing. I'm hidden. How can you tell? I have a hood on.
Put your faith in
There
the
we
light,
go.
and all is possible.
It is time. Light, give us strength. Yep, time to RP walk. We're gonna be here a minute. In fact. Oh, I lost him. I was going too fast. I was AFK and I was going too fast. Uninvited guests. Did you think you'd go unnoticed inside my domain? I must confess, you are not altogether unexpected. I hope you find your final resting place to your liking. You sound too confident, especially considering the way our last encounter ended. Last time we met, you had the advantage of fighting on holy ground. You'll find our situation has been reversed. I don't know, Asmirstar. It might be. I don't need to stand on holy ground to run that disembodied heart of yours through with the Ashbringer. I call your bluff. You're a paladin, after all. Your obsession with redemption goes beyond the inane. You surely wouldn't destroy humanity's only chance to redeem its most wayward son. You'd sooner die. The heart, the last remaining vestige of your humanity. I had to stop it from being destroyed. I had to see for myself. And at last, I am sure. Only shadows from the past remain. There is nothing left to redeem. Tyrion's down. Defend him with your lives. The Lich King actually took damage from that. You will pay for that, old man. Slay them. Hope you fellas don't mind if we crash this party. Brought some old friends with me. Hi, Darian. Yeah, pro tip, don't get involved in this fight. You can die pretty easily and have to do the whole thing over again. Come on, game. Quick, through the portal. You won't stay down for long. The Lich King starts channeling a spell here at some point. Looks like whatever Tyrion did put some hurt on the Lich King. It's too bad we can't finish him off. Patience. We'll get our chance soon enough. Be content that for once it is Tyrion who's in our debt. Yeah, Lich King's Fury. If you stick around for that spell to finish, it kills you. Straight up. No damage.
Only by working together can we succeed.
I do not view what we went through as a failure. Quite the opposite. By allowing me to peer into his heart, you allowed me to confirm what I needed to know. There is no Arthas Menethil anymore. There is only the Lich King.
Each of us has a role to play.
And that's the great irony of this quest chain. So here's the deal. Tyrion is objectively wrong. In fact, we've proven that because we've been talking to the real Arthas this entire quest chain. He's been helping us and talking with us. So, Tyrion was extremely wrong. But that's sort of the point, isn't it? We already talked about this. No, I've never heard of Atraxia. We already talked about this earlier. Tyrion is just kind of mimicking Arthas' path here. And they do, honestly, a pretty bad job of this. But he's like, I must do anything necessary to win. I will take any steps necessary. I will destroy my own men and burn my own ships and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the idea, is that Fordring has been on the same general path going through the course of Northrend that Arthas had already gone through. So, the concept there being that this was going to be a grand tragedy. Once he defeated Arthas, he would then take up the crown of the Lich King and become the third Lich King. Oh wait, I keep talking about a third Lich King, don't I? The problem here is, while that's a fantastic idea, the game doesn't earn it, if I can be blunt. It doesn't really have the necessary pieces in place to really make that pop. So, negative to story, for failing miserably at that. But positive for story for the entire chain. And we're going to go ahead and abandon this. Believe it or not, that's most of Icecrown. There's a couple of little pieces, like that and that, that. But I think we're going to go ahead and consider that good. Which means when we come back from the lunch break, which will not be long, we'll be finishing up Wrath. I'll see you in a bit, guys.